across borders, across generation, and across different sectors to ensure that policies are not only well designed but also truly serve the people. Terima kasih.
Salam Sejahtera. My name is Jeremy Tan. I am the Program Officer at Youth Lead. I would like to express my support to the ASEAN for People Conference, AFPC, in Jakarta. AFPC, it's important function because it will connect and bring together different civil society organizations or groups from across the Southeast Asia. And why I think it is important? For three reasons. So the first reason, because people must be at the center and the heart of ASEAN if we are truly serious about the sustainable development goal or even other development agenda for our region. Secondly, is we need more grassroots organization participation at every level, because we, the civil society, along with community-led organization, are at the front line of serving the community and have lived life experience of how to tackle challenges and gaps within our system. And lastly, the third reason is that the conference will allow us to have a space to share our experience, to identify a collective solution, and most importantly is to promote cross-national collaboration. So with that, thank you and terima kasih.
Hello, my name is Irwati. I am the founder and director of Mate Training, Brunei. I am pleased to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC, which will take place on 6 to 7 September in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges and ensuring that the voices of communities are heard in shaping the future of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Manis and I am the Research Officer from Malaysian Youth Diplomacy. I am delighted to express our support for the ASEAN for the People Conference AFPC. This is a meaningful initiative because it connects civil society groups across the Southeast Asia and reminds us that people must always be at the heart of ASEAN. At My Diplomacy, we believe that dialogues and collaboration are essential to solving our shared challenges, from peace security to sustainable development and many more. I believe this is important because our region's challenges, from climate change to peace and security, cannot be solved alone. Cross-border cooperation, people-to-people dialogue are the key to build a stronger ASEAN community. And we believe AFPC is one of the playing important role in it. On behalf of My Diplomacy, I wish AFPC every success in advancing a more inclusive and people-centered ASEAN community. Thank you, terima kasih. We see you there.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah PTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Salik Ibrahim. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Maranao People Development Center Incorporated, based in Marantao, Lanao del Sur, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for People's Conference, which will take place on September 6 to 7 in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across the Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it gives space for civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, marginalized communities, to participate meaningfully in shaping our region's future. It ensures that ASEAN is not just a partnership among governments, but truly a community of peoples grounded in human rights, equality, sustainability, and mutual respect. A people-centered ASEAN community means, first of all, ensuring that development includes especially the marginalized. Second, addressing inequalities and barriers that prevent meaningful participation. Number three, solidarity across borders to face common challenges such as climate change, displacement, and threats to peace. Number four, protecting human dignity, upholding justice as the foundation of regional cooperation. We believe that this conference strengthens the vision of ASEAN, where people's voices shape policies, programs, priorities, where development is inclusive, participatory, and accountable. Merdeka stands in solidarity with this movement. We call on sectors, governments, civil society, youth, women, indigenous peoples, and other stakeholders to work together, truly people-centered ASEAN community. Maraming salamat, and together let us build a future where every person in ASEAN can live with dignity, solidarity, and hope. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Salik Ibrahim. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Maranao People Development Center Incorporated, based in Marantao, Lanao del Sur, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across the Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it gives space for civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, marginalized communities to participate meaningfully in shaping our region's future. It ensures that ASEAN is not just a partnership among governments, but truly a community of peoples grounded in human rights, equality, sustainability, and mutual respect. A people-centered ASEAN community means, first of all, ensuring that development includes especially the marginalized. Second, addressing inequalities and barriers that prevent meaningful participation. Number three, solidarity across borders to face common challenges such as climate change, displacement, and threats to peace. Number four, protecting human dignity, upholding justice as the foundation of regional cooperation. We believe that this conference strengthens the vision of ASEAN, where people's voices shape policies, programs, priorities, where development is inclusive, participatory, and accountable. Maradeca stands in solidarity with this movement. We call on sectors, governments, civil society, youth, women, indigenous peoples, and other stakeholders to work together, truly people-centered ASEAN community. Maraming salamat, and together let us build a future where every person in ASEAN can live with dignity, solidarity, and hope. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Temani waktu di sore hari, tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
So, greeting from Cambodia. My name is Somali. I am a program manager at the NGO Forum on Cambodia under SECHA program. SECHA stands for Solidarity, Action for Community Harmonization and Sustainability. I am glad to express my support to ASEAN for the People Conference, which will take place at Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect our civil society group from across Southeast Asia. I believe that this event is an important event because it can create a platform as opportunity for learning and sharing, as well as long-term collaboration and support among different people in ASEAN and other expertise. People must be at the heart of ASEAN, and cross-border collaboration is a key to solve our shared challenges. ASEAN need more grassroots participation. Thank you.
Mabuhay, I am Cheng Pagulayan from Oxfam Pilipinas and the Asian Network for People's Energy. We are delighted to join the ASEAN for the People's Conference happening in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will strengthen the network of civil society groups from across Southeast Asia, which is expected to propel the region closer to a rapid, gender-just, and democratic climate transitions centered around the people of the region, and especially those most impacted and vulnerable to the climate crisis. We are excited for the collaboration and connections that we will build towards a more just and equal future for all. Maraming salamat and see you in Jakarta.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirta.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Abduh. I am a principal of Junior High School at Pesantren Peradaban Dunia Jagad Arts, World Civilization Boarding School. It is truly honor and privilege for us to share the message of support to ASEAN for People Conference or AFPC. We believe that this event is a meaningful platform for our young generation, especially for students to cultivate their spirit, creativity, and value of togetherness. Through AFPC, we are not only building academic and non-academic skill, but also instilling essential qualities such as character, leadership, and social responsibility that are crucial for the future. As an educational institution, we are committed to actively supporting programs that align with a national vision education, nurturing a generation that is faithful, knowledgeable, virtuous, and ready to contribute positively to our nation and society. I sincerely hope that this year's AFPC will run smoothly and successfully, bringing great benefit to all participants. May Allah bless and guide every step we take in educating and empowering our students toward a brighter future. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the following video from Global Citizen.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. It is such a privilege to be with you here at the ASEAN for the People's Conference, a powerful reminder that the future of Southeast Asia and indeed our entire world depends not only on governments and businesses, but also on the voice, energy, and leadership of advocates, citizens, civil society. Because at Global Citizen, we believe that the fight to end extreme poverty and tackle the climate crisis cannot be won without strong, vocal, and organized movements right across the region and the world. And Southeast Asia, what a region. It's brimming with creativity, resilience, and possibility. But let's be honest, the region is also vulnerable to inequality, climate shocks, and economic disruption. And that's why today, your leadership is vital to shaping solutions that work for your communities, that turn talk into action and ideas into impact. And that's why we are here with you. I'm standing alongside your community, my good friend, Ambassador Dino, to invite you to join a movement where local actions connect to global impact. For years now, Global Citizen has worked alongside partners right across the region to build this momentum. And we've been honored, in particular, to partner with the foreign policy community of Indonesia to mobilize voices for climate action, gender equality, and pandemic recovery. Anyone can join this movement. Simply download the Global Citizen app or join our campaigns online. You can take meaningful actions that add your voice to a global call for change. And over the next couple of days, keep an eye out for some QR codes that make it easy to not just get involved, not just learn, but take action right now, here today. At Global Citizen, we've seen how governments, advocates, working together can create incredible change. Last year, the Global Citizen Festival in New York, with our incredible partners, helped secure more than $1 billion in groundbreaking commitments. And in just 2 months, for the first time ever, we will take the Global Citizen Festival to the heart of the Amazon rainforest ahead of the COP30 climate talks in Brazil. And together with our partners, we aim to mobilize another $1 billion to protect rainforests and support indigenous communities who are at the forefront of the climate fight. But we need more voices, and we need Southeast Asia to step up as well. We need to partner with you, and that's why I'm pleased to be here today. This is just the beginning. We're excited. We're excited to be partnering with the region because right now we need Southeast Asian leaders and advocates at the table to ensure solutions reflect the diversity and creativity of this region. Let me close with this. History teaches us that progress is never given. It is won when citizens demand it. And with your leadership, Southeast Asia can light the way for the world. This is your moment. This is our moment to rise together as a movement for justice, for equality, and for the planet we share. Thank you very much.
Can I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Selamat pagi, magandang umaga. Sawadika, Choboy Sang, Sabay di Tonsao, Mingalaba, Arun Swasde, Bom Dia, and a very good morning to each and every one of you. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me to introduce myself for the second day. My name is Sarah Wayne, and we'd like to give a very warm welcome back to the second day of the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC 2025. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome all ambassadors, diplomats, FPCI senior fellows, politicians, corporate leaders, but most importantly, the people of ASEAN, representatives of think tanks and CSOs, journalists, academicians, students, and of course, all layers of society who are with us today on this second day. Please give a round of applause for each and every one of you here. But before we start today's program, AFPC will not be made possible without the support of all of our sponsors. To Global Citizen, Golden Horse Digital Investment Bank, Australia Mission to ASEAN, ASEAN Australia Center, World, Pusat Studi Asia Tenggara Prof. Hashim Jalal Center for Southeast Asia Studies, Yayasan Tahia, SCG. And our in-kind sponsors, Huawei Indonesia, Grab Indonesia, Prima, Teh Botol Sosro. And our 116 civil society organization partners from all 11 countries of Southeast Asia who have flown all the way to Jakarta to be with us here today. Thank you to our CSO partners. Please give a round of applause to our CSOs as well. And of course, our media partners, katadata.co.id, Rakyat Merdeka, rm.id, Text from IR, The Conversations Indonesia, Unexplained, BTV, Berita 1, investordaily.id, jakartaglobe.id, Metro TV, metrotvnews.com, Bisnis Indonesia, bisnis.com, Data Indonesia, liputan6.com, merdeka.com, CNN Indonesia, kompas.com, Kompas TV, tribunenews.com, Republika, tirto.id, Kok Bisa, Si Paling HI Media, and the Southeast Asia Desk. A very great thank you to our media partners as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our second day and of course our session today, it is now an honor to listen to a special video message delivered by His Excellency Dr. Jose Ramos Horta, President of Timor-Leste. Please turn your attention to the screen. Give a round of applause.
Selamat pagi and good morning to everyone gathering in Jakarta. The forum, an ASEAN that is people-centered. People for ASEAN, ASEAN for people. That is the vision of ASEAN, a vision that should be shared by the 700 million people that comprise the 11 countries of ASEAN. Timor-Leste will join October 26 as the 11th member of ASEAN. Coming from where we come, from a long colonial history of several hundred years, Japanese occupation during World War II, and then a tumultuous relationship with Indonesia from 75 to 99. We understand the challenges that the region face, the global challenges that we all know, almost live streaming into our rooms. The catastrophe of Gaza, happening right under our eyes, but also other challenges in our region, in Southeast Asia, nuclear proliferation, climate change, natural disasters, less and less availability of international partnership in terms of aid, because almost every OECD country, every development partner country has reduced significantly their contribution to ODA, Overseas Development Assistance. That increasing, making it much more difficult for countries, for hundreds of millions of people around the world, in impoverished countries, in highly indebted countries, to meet some of the basic needs of human beings: clean water, access to basic education, employment, etc. It is in the midst of this that we are gathering in Jakarta. Unfortunately, I cannot be present but here is my message. As Timor-Leste joined ASEAN, as the 11th member, we will hope to bring our cry for unity in ASEAN, for an ASEAN that embraces everyone, not leaving anyone behind. An ASEAN that knows how to resolve disputes within the region, whether maritime boundary disputes, whether land boundary disputes, or any challenges that we face as the 11 countries of ASEAN. We must have the wisdom, the courage to put aside pride and focus on what unites us, what solutions we can bring to the region in terms of creating an ASEAN region of peace and stability. How can we as ASEAN countries, ASEAN peoples, address the growing challenges, tensions in South China Sea? How can we visualize and execute the vision of a South China Sea of peace, of partnership, a South China Sea that is demilitarized, free of nuclear weapons, free of permanent military installations? How can we do that? Can we do that? The challenge is to the leaders of ASEAN and the leaders beyond ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, China, all of us in the immediate region, but also reaching beyond Southeast Asia, reaching beyond Northeast Asia. We must embrace, build bridges with India and other countries in South Asia and in the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands. This is a challenge for ASEAN to be a bridge builder, a builder of dialogue, of lessening tensions, a builder of partnerships, not taking sides in the conflicts and tensions between the superpowers, which are natural. Competition between the superpowers sometimes lead to frictions, and frictions can lead to more serious differences. And in the past, in history, economic rivalries led to wars. We must bear in mind all the lessons from history to avoid tensions, conflicts, frictions, trade wars. And let's involve everyone in the streets, in the villages, in the towns, universities, religious communities. All religious faiths believe to come together with academics, with students, with political leaders, to charter, to write an audacious vision for Southeast Asia, for Northeast Asia, for Asia as a whole, that is inclusive of everyone, small and large, poor and rich. Lift those who are at the very end of the social and economic privileges. More education, more clean water, more electricity, more digitalization, more artificial intelligence, more access to medical assistance. This is the challenge to all of us. Everything else may be abstract. Abstract pronouncements that we see around the world in meetings after meetings. And yet, at this 21st century, we are plagued by wars, a genocide right under our eyes, a genocide of the Palestinian people, ongoing war in Ukraine, The biggest humanitarian catastrophe in the world today is in Sudan, South Sudan, the never-ending pillaging of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is to mention only few of the challenges we face. Let's dream, execute, implement the dream of a Southeast Asia of fraternity, of partnership, of peace. Terima kasih. I wish great success in this forum. Thank you to Dino Jalal, Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, and all the staff who have undertaken this great initiative today. God bless us all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the inspiring message and, of course, for the reminder for all of us, the people of ASEAN. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on this very special second day, we are about to be shifting gears. As you see, the stage is now set. We have 4 tables ready, 4 sets of buzzer. Do you know what that means? Yes, can I hear that again, Padino? Yes, it is the time for Battle of the Brains. Can I have a big round of applause? All right. This is a long-standing tradition with FPCI, where at each FPCI conference, we have the Battle of the Brains. And this time is very special because it's the ASEAN edition. So is everyone ready to root for your favorite team? All right, for the Battle of the Brains is a game show where we mix knowledge and, of course, with fun, with general trivia and current events, and, of course, pop culture as well. But today, especially for AFPC, we will be bringing you a special ASEAN edition, which means we will be testing the teams and probably your knowledge as well on ASEAN's 3 pillars: political security, economic, and socio-cultural. And in the spirit of friendly competition this afternoon, 4 different countries will be going head-to-head. And these countries were chosen because they sent the most civil society organizations to AFPC 2025. So, without further ado, allow me to introduce and invite onto the stage the teams who will be competing on this Battle of the Brains ASEAN edition. All right, as you can see right there, everyone is ready, lining up. First of all, let us welcome onto the stage Team Indonesia. Indonesia, you may take this table right here. And we have Raflian Shah from Timur Network and also Daniel Belsalzar from IYCTC. Please give her applause. And of course, Team Philippines. Oh, we have right there for the win. From Angelica Murray David, ICSC, and Joel Chester Pagaluyan, Oxfam Filipinas. And next we have Team Timor-Leste. At the table we have Jose Asaloy from Luta Hamutuk and Devi from APFCL. And of course, our 4th contestant is Team Malaysia. We have Sarah Rizal from Seri and Yoga from Pusat Kosmas. Once again, give a round of applause. And of course, since this is the Battle of the Brains, it is a game and a long-standing tradition with FPCI. Therefore, I invite onto the stage our special Game Master, Cindy Mandegi. Please give her applause. Okay, please take your position on stage as well, Cindy. Before we begin, allow me, Game Master, to explain the rules to the contestants, of course, and to each and every one of you here in the audience. Please do pay attention to the rules of the game. There will be a question on the screen right behind you, along with 4 possible answers. After, and only after, I remind you, I finish reading the entirety of the questions and answers, teams are to hit the buzzer as fast as they can. And the fastest team to hit the buzzer will be given a chance to answer, and if answered correctly, you will be given 10 points. If the first team answers incorrectly, they will be given the chance, of course, the others will be given the chance to hit the buzzer again, and will be giving the chance to the one who, once again, hit the buzzer fastest to steal the question. And if you answer the question correctly, you will also be given a 10-point for your correct answer. And the maximum tries for a single question is 3 times, and after 3 wrong answers from 3 different teams, we will be moving on to the next question with no points given. And we'll also be having a scoreboard on the screen to keep track of the scores at the end of every round. So, of course, this is a game show. Everyone, of course, have their own winners to root for. But for you winners, so we can add a little bit competitiveness to the edge, you will be not only coming home after this as the winner of the Battle of the Brains ASEAN edition, but also you will win a Huawei free bus. Okay? So hopefully everyone can, hit the buzz fastest, because you will be bringing home a piece of Huawei free buds. But okay, before we start, I think the master, we can test the buzzer first. Okay, we'll test the buzzer. We can start from Team A first. Team A will be Malaysia. Yes? All right, it's working perfectly. Timor-Leste? Philippines? Indonesia. Okay. So we'll test how quick you can press the buzzer. On my count, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we can have like a little glimpse of how the game will be played. So, are you ready to be the fastest one hitting the buzzer and, of course, answering the question correctly? Once again, can we have a big round of applause? Ready, everyone? Let's begin with the first round of the Battle of the Brains ASEAN edition. And we begin with ASEAN political and security. First question. ASEAN was founded in 1967 with the signing of which document? Is it A, Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, or is it B, Bangkok Declaration, C, Manila Accord, or D, Bandung Communique? Going Master? I haven't finished reading the question. Okay. I will now count down for the fastest one. Okay, we can reset the buzzer. 3, 2, 1. Okay, C?
B, Bangkok Declaration.
Okay, and let's see, is it correct? And the answer is yes, that's correct! 10 points for Timor-Leste. And next, we'll move on to the next question. ASEAN's founding in 1967 is often attributed to informal diplomacy during a sporting activity. Which sport was it? Is it A, badminton? Is it B, tennis? Is it C, golf? Is it D, squash? All right, Malaysia? Is it A, badminton? It is incorrect. All right, we can wait, no, I haven't count down yet. Wait, stop, wait, hold your horses. Okay, ready, patient, in 3, 2, 1. Wait, I haven't said the word 1 yet. Okay, let's do it one more time. Okay, 2, 1. All right, Philippines. B. Timor-Leste, I'm sorry. B. B. And the answer is? It's incorrect. Okay. All right, one more chance. We have one more chance. And 3, 2, 1.
C, golf.
And the answer is, let's take a look at the screen. It's correct. 10 points for the Philippines. All right, moving on to the next question. Which of the following are the 5 founding fathers of ASEAN? Is it, okay, I'll make this quick. Is it A, B, C, or D? Timor-Leste? A. And the answer is? It's correct! 10 points for Timor-Leste. And now we're going to move on to the next question. For how many years did ASEAN operate without a formal charter? Is it A, 10 years, B, 20, C, 30, or is it D, 40 years? Malaysia?
Is it C?
Let's take a look. Is it? It's incorrect. Wait, I haven't counted down yet. Wait. Let's reset the buzzer. In 3, 2, 1. Timor-Leste? B? It's incorrect. Wait. No, wait for the countdown. Is 3, 2, 1. Indonesia.
D, 40 years.
And the answer is, let's take a look at the screen. Yes, it's D, 40 years. 10 points for Indonesia. And we're going to move on. Don't worry, you still have time to catch up. Let's move on. Which of the following best describes the ASEAN way in regional diplomacy? Is it A, binding legal commitments, majority voting and rapid decision making? B, neutrality, collective bargaining, rule-based enforcement and reliance on external powers? Or is it C, pragmatic multilateralism, rotating leadership, quiet diplomacy and non-binding commitments? Or is it D, consensus, informality, non-interference and respect for sovereignty? Wait for it. In 3, 2, 1. Indonesia?
It's D, consensus, informality, non-interference, and respect for sovereignty.
And the answer is, there's a clap already. Yes, 10 points for Indonesia. All right, we're going to move on to our next question. Remember to wait for the question until it's read of its all entirety and including its answers. We're going to move on to the next question, and it is, which country was ASEAN's first dialogue partner? Is it A, Japan, B, the United States, C, China, or is it D, Australia? The Philippines?
D, Australia.
And the answer is, yes, it's Australia. We're going to move on to our next question. When did ASEAN conduct its first joint military drills solely among its member states, excluding non-ASEAN partners? Is it A, 2008? Is it B, 2018? Is it C, 2023? Or is it D, 2025? Malaysia?
C?
Let's take a look. The answer is, yes, it's C, 2023. 10 points for Malaysia. And now, this is the end of the first round. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Currently, Philippines is leading with 30 points. Indonesia is the runner-up with 20 points. And Timor-Leste and Malaysia each with 10 points. Don't worry, we still have more rounds to go. So let's begin with our second round, which is ASEAN economy. The first question in the second round is, which of the following brands are not Southeast Asian? Is it A, Jollibee? Is it B, Grab? Is it C, Cha Time? Or is it D, Air Asia? Malaysia?
C?
Let's take a look on the screen. Is the answer correct? Yes! Cha Time is not Southeast Asia. We're going to move on to our next question. When was the ASEAN Framework Agreement on Visa Exemption signed, and which allowed citizens of ASEAN member states to enter other ASEAN countries visa-free for short stays? Is it A, 1967? Is it B, 1992? Is it C, 2006? Or is it D, 2007? Malaysia?
Is it C?
Let's take a look on the scoreboard. On the screen. Yes, 10 more points for Malaysia's score. And next, for the third question, which Southeast Asian country is known as the battery of Asia, producing the largest electricity surplus, mainly through hydropower exports? Is it A, Laos? Is it B, Singapore? Is it C, Vietnam? Or is it D, Brunei? Indonesia?
C, Vietnam.
And the answer is incorrect. Wait, I haven't done the countdown yet. Wait. In 3, 2, 1. Philippines?
B, Singapore.
And the answer is incorrect. We have one more attempt. In 3, 2, 1. Timor-Leste?
A.
And the answer is? Yes, 10 points for Timor-Leste. It's from Laos. And next, for our fourth question, for the economy sector, is which of the following Southeast Asian airports has the most international connections, making it the most connected airport in the region? Is it A, Changi International Airport? Is it B, Igusti Ngurah Rai? C, Kuala Lumpur International Airport? Or is it D, Suvarnabhumi Airport? Timor-Leste?
A.
And the answer is incorrect. Okay, wait for the countdown, wait for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Indonesia?
B.
And the answer is incorrect still. We still have one more attempt. In 3, 2, 1. Philippines?
D. Bangkok.
And the answer is incorrect. And ladies and gentlemen, the correct answer is C, Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Give it up for Malaysia. Come on, you still can get this. Okay, we're going to move on to the next question. Which Southeast Asian country does not impose a value-added tax on its citizens? Is it A, Vietnam? Is it B, Singapore? C, Brunei? Or is it D, Thailand? Malaysia?
Is it C?
And the answer is? It's correct. 10 points for Malaysia. Next question is, which Southeast Asian country is the second largest coffee exporter in the world after Brazil? Is it A, Vietnam, B, Indonesia, C, Cambodia, or D, Malaysia? Timor-Leste?
B.
And the answer is incorrect. Okay, wait for my countdown. In 3, 2, 1. Malaysia?
Is it A?
And the answer is? Yes, it's Vietnam. Another 10 points for Malaysia. And we're going to move on to our seventh question. In the past decade, intra-ASEAN trade accounts for approximately blank percent of total ASEAN trade. Is it A, 52%, B, 32%, C, 22%, or is it D, 12%? Wait, I haven't finished saying percent yet. Or is it 12%? The Philippines?
B, 32%.
And the answer is incorrect. I'm going to do another countdown for the other three teams. Wait for the countdown. In 3, 2, 1. Timor-Leste?
A.
And the answer is still incorrect. Okay, the following two teams. 3, 2, 1. Malaysia?
C.
And the answer is? Yes, 10 points for Malaysia. Another chance for us before we move on to the next round to check the current scoreboard. Let's take a look. Wow, Team Malaysia! You're now leading with 60 points, followed by the Philippines with 40, and Indonesia and Timor-Leste, you are both with 20 points. Let's give it up once again for our teams. There are still more rounds to come, so don't worry, you still have time to catch up, and now it's time for socio-culture. Okay, we'll begin with the first question in the third round. Which Southeast Asian country has won the most Olympic gold medals from the following list? Is it A, Indonesia, B, Vietnam, C, Thailand, or is it D, Malaysia? The Philippines?
A, Indonesia.
And the answer is? 3, 2, 1. Malaysia?
Is it C, Thailand?
Let's take a look, and the answer is? Congratulations, another 10 points for Malaysia. Don't worry, there's still more questions. Which of the following dishes is not traditionally associated with ASEAN cuisine? Is it A, amok, or B, bakute, C, larp, or is it D, butter chicken? Malaysia?
D.
And the answer is? Yes, 10 more points for Malaysia. It's butter chicken. As you can see here, we have more questions, so don't worry, we still have time. For those of you who love Michelle Yeoh and movies, you can get this one correctly. Come on, Timor-Leste, Philippines, Indonesia. Michelle Yeoh made history as the first Southeast Asian to win an Oscar. For which film did she receive the Oscar for Best Actress? Is it A, Crazy Rich Asians, B, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, C, Memoirs of a Geisha, or is it D, Everything Everywhere? Wait. The title has not been finished. Red. Is it D, Everything Everywhere All at Once? Malaysia? D. And wait, the answer is? Now you may give an applause. All right, as you can see here, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Next, we will see which of these girl groups are not from Southeast Asia. Okay, is it? I guess a lot of people know the answer to this one right here. Is it A, Nona? Is it B, Dola? Is it C, For Eve? Or is it D, Cat's Eye? Wait. Or is it D, Cat's Eye? Indonesia?
Is it C for Eve? I'm sorry.
The audience has spoken, and yes, you're forgiven, okay? Let's do it again in 3, 2, 1. Malaysia?
D.
Audience? And let's see the screen. Is it correct? Yes! Cat's Eye's Global Girl Group. And next, we're going to move on to the next question. Which of the following fruits originated in Southeast Asia and remains most strongly associated with the region? Is it A, durian? Is it B, papaya? Or is it C, mango? Or is it D, pineapple? Wait. Or is it D, pineapple?
A, durian.
Audience? And yes, the answer is durian. 10 points for Indonesia. All right, don't worry, we still have more questions in this round. We're gonna move on. When were the Southeast Asian Games, or SEA Games, first established? Is it A, 1959? Is it B, 1967? C, 1997? Or is it D, 2006? The Philippines?
C, 1997.
Okay. The answer is incorrect. 3, 2, 1. Indonesia?
D, 2006.
The answer is still incorrect. Okay, last attempt. 3, 2, 1. Malaysia?
Is it B?
The answer is still incorrect. Let's take a look at the correct answer right here. It's in 1959. It was held on the 12th until 17th of December 1959 in Bangkok, Thailand. All right, don't worry. We're going to move on to the last question of this round. Which of these Southeast Asian countries have the highest density of karaoke lounges? Is it A, Thailand, B, Indonesia, C, the Philippines, or is it D, wait, or is it D, Timor-Leste? Malaysia?
Is it C?
Audience? Yes? Okay, we see a thumbs up. Let's see the screen. 10 points for the Philippines. Yes, the Filipinos love of karaoke. Who loves karaoke here? Philippines, do you love the karaoke? Yes, can you sing a little bit? No, we don't have time anyways. But anyways, we're gonna move on to the next round. But before we do, oh, there's no more rounds. Okay, there's no more rounds. This is the last one. Give her applause once again. Before we check the final scoreboard, let's take a look at the final scoreboard of the Battle of the Brains, and here we are. Malaysia 110, Philippines 40, and Indonesia 30, and Timor-Leste 20. Once again, give a round of applause. Yes, you can still buzz all you want. And we'd like to invite the winners, of course, to please take center stage. Malaysia, give a round of applause, 110 points. Malaysia, the winning team, to receive your prize. As you can see here, you each get a Huawei FreeBuds. Congratulations, give a round of applause. Smile for the camera. And of course, each of the participating teams, Timor-Leste, the Philippines, and Indonesia, also bring home a goodie bag with organic snacks from HipMe Womanpreneur, one of our Indonesian CSO partners. Please also give a round of applause for our competing teams. And please take a position, center stage, along with Malaysia as well. Let's take a picture together with all the teams. Malaysia, you may be in the middle. Show off your prize proudly, okay? And smile towards the camera, documentation team. And here we have the winner of the Battle of the Brains ASEAN edition. Give her a round of applause. And let's make it more fun. You can do a freestyle now, okay? Okay, freestyle, probably you can point out the winner, since the winner is right in the middle right here. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. And once again, congratulations. Battle of the Brains ASEAN edition, and especially Malaysia, congratulations. And before that, please give a round of applause for our Game Master, Cindy. Thank you, Game Master. And of course, you can share the organic goods that you have with all other participants. Thank you once again to our participating teams on Battle of the Brains. You may now return to your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, everyone here, are you now hyped up and of course enthusiastic to follow in the discussions that are ready to await you on the second day? Yes? Can I have another round of applause then? Because, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the Battle of the Brains ASEAN editions, the opening plenary for AFPC Day 2 has come to an end. But before we hand you out, of course, let you out for our short break, we will be having 12 parallel sessions in 6 different rooms throughout the day, with the first session starting at 1 p.m. And for the complete AFPC agenda, please do visit ASEANforthepeoples.org. And aside from the parallel sessions, today is the last day where we will have 100 amazing CSOs from all across ASEAN showcasing the inspire work that they are doing for their communities. Today, once again, is your last day to take a look at the booths, to walk around and see the various exhibitions, meet them, and of course, join them for conversation and find opportunities to collaborate. And to see the full list of exhibitors, venue map, simply visit our website, or you can scan the QR code that is available on the screen on stage. And there will also be a special film screening by Southeast Asian filmmakers in the Semeru room, where we'll also be handing out Grab vouchers. So make sure that you do not miss it, because it is your chance to enjoy great films from the region and win some prizes at the same time. We also, once again, invite you to please do share your moments, your thoughts from our conference, either it's from the first day or today, the second day, at the ASEAN for the People's Conference on our social media, on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook, Twitter, using the hashtag AFPC2025, and tag at FPC Indo and ASEAN for the People. And if you do have any suggestions or feedback regarding the conference, please do scan the QR code that will be displayed on screen, or you can simply visit bit.ly/AFPC feedback. Dan sekali lagi, bagi peserta yang menggunakan alat penerjemah, bisa tolong dikembalikan alatnya jika ingin meninggalkan ruangan ini atau meninggalkan ruangan Golden Ballroom. And I'd like to once again remind you that our next session will begin at 1 p.m. with the Ballroom session titled How Civil Societies See ASEAN's Geostrategic Environment and What ASEAN Centrality Means to Them. The event, once again, will begin at 1 p.m. So we invite you to please be here at 1 p.m. in the Golden Ballroom. Kami ucapkan terima kasih and see you soon at 1 p.m. Please give a round of applause for each and every one of you.
Hello, my name is Irwati. I am the founder and director of Mate Training, Brunei. I am pleased to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC, which will take place on 6 to 7 September in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges and ensuring that the voices of communities are heard in shaping the future of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Manis and I am the Research Officer from Malaysian Youth Diplomacy. I am delighted to express our support for the ASEAN for the People Conference AFPC. This is a meaningful initiative because it connects civil society groups across the Southeast Asia and reminds us that people must always be at the heart of ASEAN. At My Diplomacy, we believe that dialogues and collaboration are essential to solving our shared challenges, from peace security to sustainable development and many more. I believe this is important because our region's challenges, from climate change to peace and security, cannot be solved alone. Cross-border cooperation, people-to-people dialogue are the key to build a stronger ASEAN community, and we believe AFPC is one of the playing important role in it. On behalf of My Diplomacy, I wish AFPC every success in advancing a more inclusive and people-centered ASEAN community. Thank you, terima kasih. We see you there.
Kami adalah Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Salik Ibrahim. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Maranao People Development Center Incorporated, based in Marantao, Lanao del Sur, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for People's Conference, which will take place on September 6 to 7 in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across the Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it gives space for civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, marginalized communities, to participate meaningfully in shaping our region's future. It ensures that ASEAN is not just a partnership among governments, but truly a community of peoples grounded in human rights, equality, sustainability, and mutual respect. A people-centered ASEAN community means, first of all, ensuring that development includes especially the marginalized. Second, addressing inequalities and barriers that prevent meaningful participation. Number three, solidarity across borders to face common challenges such as climate change, displacement, and threats to peace. Number four, protecting human dignity, upholding justice as the foundation of regional cooperation. We believe that this conference strengthens the vision of ASEAN, where people's voices shape policies, programs, priorities, where development is inclusive, participatory, and accountable. Merdeka stands in solidarity with this movement. We call on sectors, governments, civil society, youth, women, indigenous peoples, and other stakeholders to work together, truly people-centered ASEAN community. Maraming salamat, and together let us build a future where every person in ASEAN can live with dignity, solidarity, and hope. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Salik Ibrahim. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Maranao People Development Center Incorporated, based in Marantao, Lanao del Sur, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across the Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it gives space for civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, marginalized communities to participate meaningfully in shaping our region's future. It ensures that ASEAN is not just a partnership among governments, but truly a community of peoples grounded in human rights, equality, sustainability, and mutual respect. A people-centered ASEAN community means, first of all, ensuring that development includes especially the marginalized. Second, addressing inequalities and barriers that prevent meaningful participation. Number three, solidarity across borders to face common challenges such as climate change, displacement, and threats to peace. Number four, protecting human dignity, upholding justice as the foundation of regional cooperation. We believe that this conference strengthens the vision of ASEAN, where people's voices shape policies, programs, priorities, where development is inclusive, participatory, and accountable. Maradeca stands in solidarity with this movement. We call on sectors, governments, civil society, youth, women, indigenous peoples, and other stakeholders to work together, truly people-centered ASEAN community. Maraming salamat, and together let us build a future where every person in ASEAN can live with dignity, solidarity, and hope. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
So, greeting from Cambodia. My name is Aung Somali. I am a program manager at the NGO Forum on Cambodia under SECHA program. SECHA is stand for Solidarity, Action for Community Harmonization and Sustainability. I am glad to express my support to ASEAN for the People Conference, which will take place at Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect our civil society group from across Southeast Asia. I believe that this event is an important event because it can create a platform as opportunity for learning and sharing, as well as long-term collaboration and support among different people in Asian and other expertise. People must be at the heart of Asian, and cross-border collaboration is a key to solve our shared challenges. ASEAN need more grassroots participation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we invite you to please enter the Golden Ballroom for those of you who are still outside, as we are about to begin our next session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please kindly take a seat as we are to prepare to begin our session A4. Please do fill in the front and center rows first. And for those of you who have just joined us, once again, we welcome you. And please do fill in the front rows and center rows first for the seats. And we'd like to also remind you to, if you are willing to use an interpretation device, jika ingin menggunakan alat penerjemah untuk sesi-sesi pada hari ini, silakan untuk bisa langsung menghubungi panitia dan nanti dari panitia akan memberikan alat penerjemah, namun kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk bisa dikembalikan kepada panitia maupun meja alat registrasi, alat interpretasi yang berada di sisi sebelah kiri panggung. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we invite you to please kindly take a seat and fill in the front rows and, of course, the center rows first, as we are about to begin our session A4, How Civil Societies See ASEAN's Geostrategic Environment and What ASEAN Centrality Mean to Them. Thank you.
Good day to all. I am Maria Aurora D. Giotina Garcia, or Boots as friends call me, the founding chairperson and president of the Philippine Women's Economic Network, or PhilWen. I'm pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. This conference is a meaningful and important initiative that would connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. As ASEAN's Community Vision 2045 aims towards achieving resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN, we should emphasize that people should be at the heart of ASEAN. Numerous civil society groups are doing their work all across the region, but opportunities to engage with one another are limited. Thus, it is vital that we have avenues like AFPC to strengthen and elevate people-to-people relations within ASEAN and make our presence known. Our organization, PhilWen, welcomes the opportunity to be with like-minded organizations that can help continue to advocate for workplace gender equality and the economic empowerment of women in the region and beyond. In AFPC, we can learn from each other and come together to truly achieve an integrated ASEAN community. Terima kasih banyak. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
My name is Dini Widya Suti, and I am the Executive Director of Plan International Indonesia. I'm truly delighted to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. As part of ASEAN, we at Plan Indonesia believe that people, especially children and young people, must be at the very center of ASEAN. Through our work, we have seen how children and young people across the region are leading change, from eliminating violence against children through the ASEAN Youth Technical Working Group, to young people leading in climate actions through Youth Leadership Academy for Gender and Climate Action. These young leaders are cultivating green caviar, reducing school waste, upcycling plastics, leading disaster preparedness, and even producing climate podcasts. They are not only participating, they are shaping the future and proving that young people are essential to building a more equitable and sustainable future. That is why I believe that AFPC is so important. It embodies the spirit of an ASEAN identity that truly belongs to the people, where civil society and grassroots leaders are recognized as vital in addressing the challenges we face together. Until we are all equal.
Hi, my name is Najla Shihab. I'm the co-founder and board of trustee of PSPK, Center for Education Policy Studies. It is an honor to support the Asian for the People conference. This is an important moment because ASEAN needs more grassroots participation. The voices of teachers, parents, young people, and local communities must be part of shaping the future of our region. Most importantly, I believe real change only happens when we work together, across borders, across generation, and across different sectors, to ensure that policies are not only well-designed, but also truly serve the people. Terima kasih.
Salam Sejahtera. My name is Jeremy Tan. I am the Program Officer at YouthLead. I would like to express my support to the ASEAN for People Conference, AFPC, in Jakarta. AFPC, it's important function because it will connect and bring together different civil society organizations or groups from across the Southeast Asia. And why I think it is important? For three reasons. So the first reason, because people must be at the center and the heart of ASEAN if we are truly serious about the sustainable development goal or even other development agenda for our region. Secondly, is we need more grassroots organization participation at every level, because we, the civil society, along with community-led organization, are at the front line of serving the community and have lived life experience of how to tackle challenges and gaps within our system. And lastly, the third reason is that the conference will allow us to have a space to share our experience, to identify a collective solution, and most importantly is to promote cross-national collaboration. So with that, thank you and terima kasih.
Hello, my name is Irwati. I am the founder and director of Mate Training, Brunei. I am pleased to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC, which will take place on 6 to 7 September in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges and ensuring that the voices of communities are heard in shaping the future of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Manis and I am the research officer from Malaysian Youth Diplomacy. I am delighted to express our support for the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful initiative because it connects civil society groups across the Southeast Asia and reminds us that people must always be at the heart of ASEAN. At My Diplomacy, we believe that dialogues and collaboration are essential to solving our shared challenges, from peace security to sustainable development and many more. I believe this is important because our region's challenges, from climate change to peace and security, cannot be solved alone. Cross-border cooperation, people-to-people dialogue are the key to build a stronger ASEAN community. And we believe AFPC is one of the playing important role in it. On behalf of My Diplomacy, I wish AFPC every success in advancing a more inclusive and people-centered ASEAN community. Thank you. Terima kasih. We see you there.
Kami adalah Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Salik Ibrahim. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Maranao People Development Center Incorporated, based in Marantao, Lanao del Sur, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Philippines. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for People's Conference, which will take place on September 6 to 7 in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across the Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it gives space for civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, marginalized communities to participate meaningfully in shaping our region's future. It ensures that ASEAN is not just a partnership among governments, but truly a community of peoples grounded in human rights, equality, sustainability, and mutual respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, we welcome you to the Golden Ballroom. And we are about to begin our session A4, titled How Civil Societies See ASEAN's Geostrategic Environment and What ASEAN Centrality Mean to Them. Can I have a big round of applause, first of all? Yes, before we begin the session, once again, I would like to give a kind reminder kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang ingin menggunakan alat interpretasi, silakan untuk bisa meminta ke tim panitia kami atau bisa langsung menuju meja alat interpretasi untuk meminjam. Tetapi kami mohon kerjasamanya kalau akan meninggalkan ruangan ini untuk bisa dikembalikan langsung ke panitia ataupun langsung ke meja. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will begin this afternoon session. So allow me to invite onto the stage our moderator to lead the discussion, Bapak Sofwan Albana, lead author of FPCI's ASEAN People's Perception Survey, Associate Professor at Universitas Indonesia, to take the stage. Welcome, Bapak, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, MC, for the kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, and it is a great pleasure for me to be here. My name is Sofwan, the soft one. I'll be your moderator today. Unfortunately, today's topic is not a soft one, it is a hard one. We are going to talk about the impacts of the geopolitical trends to ASEAN and how the people of ASEAN are looking at it. How civil societies see ASEAN's geostrategic environment and what ASEAN centrality means to them. I will start with a few questions for a quiz. First, Who in this room who believes that in the next 3 years there is a possibility of a war which involves China or the United States in Southeast Asia? Raise your hand. In the next 3 years, there will be a war which involves China or the United States in the region. Raise your hand. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everyone, anyone else? 9? 10? Okay. Well, 11. 12? I'm afraid of continuing this because maybe it continues to have more and more hands raised on the air. For now, 12 from around 70 maybe, or 80 or 100. Still a minority, but there is a lot of concerns about the possibility of a real, not only a Cold War, but also a real war happening in the region due to the great power rivalry, or even the impacts of the other factors which involves these great powers. Similar question was asked during our survey. We did an annual survey on ASEAN and its dialogue partners, and last year we did a special section on how the ASEAN people view their geostrategic environment by looking at the risk assessment. And while the climate change tops the survey as the most impactful and at the same time most possible danger for the region, great power rivalry is still there. So today, we will discuss this issue with very prominent speakers from all of ASEAN. But before I'm inviting the prominent speakers upstairs, I will ask another one question. So, if there is a possibility of war which involves the great powers in the region, can ASEAN act to prevent it? Who believe that ASEAN is relevant and able to stop the great power conflict in the region? Raise your hand. Yeah, I'm waiting Pak Sade for raising his hands because because he has to. He has to. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 12, 20. So 20 still believes in ASEAN's capability or relevance in stopping the possibility of great power rivalry. So I'm now trying, while we are trying to look at it more critically, we will be assisted by the insights from our speakers today. So I am inviting on the stage our first speaker, Tan Sri Muhammad Jauhar Hassan. Please give him a big round of applause. The former chairman and chief executive, Institute of Strategic and International Studies, Malaysia. Tan Sri Jauhar. By the way, Tan Sri is a title. So he asked us to just call Tan Sri as Pak Jauhar. So Pak Tan Sri Jauhar. Or Pak Jauhar. He began his career in the government and he was an executive secretary for the Border Security Committee, Malaysia, Thailand, principal assistant secretary for the National Security Council, director, analysis research division, Prime Minister's Department, also under secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs and director general the Department of National Unity. He also served as a consular in Malaysia's missions in Jakarta and Bangkok. He retired early from the government service and joined ISIS Malaysia as a Deputy Director General in May 1990. He eventually assumed the position of Chairman and Chief Executive and retired as the Chairman of ISIS Malaysia in 8 January 2015. So now, Tan Sri Jauhar was Malaysia's expert and eminent person for the ASEAN Regional Forum. So we are looking forward for your insights, Pak Jauhar. Our second speaker is the Director of ASEAN External Relations at Indonesia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pak Sade Bimantara. Ida Bagus Made Bimantara, or Pak Sade, born in the island of Bali. Please, Pak. And is a career diplomat. He is currently the director for the ASEAN External Relations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. He previously served as the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Indonesia in Washington, D.C., where he worked to advance Indonesia's relationship with the United States, including navigating the 2025 trade war and tariff talks. This will be a very interesting discussion to touch upon. Our third speaker is Dr. Nata Komol Fadin, the News Director at the Standard Thailand. Welcome. Dr. Nata is the News Director at the Standard, where she is leading a newsroom. Transformation centered on audience-centric, solutions-oriented journalism. So she will be a very important person to talk about a people-centered ASEAN. With a distinguished 20-year career across print, radio, TV, and online media, she is renowned for her incisive analysis of geopolitics and geoeconomics. And our last but not least speaker, Debbie Stothard. She is the founder of ASEAN Burma, based in Malaysia, but based in Bangkok, yeah, but a Malaysian origin. Okay, so it's very ASEAN person. Debbie Stothard is a seasoned human rights advocate whose work centers on business and human rights, atrocity prevention, and women's leadership. Over 4 decades of experience, she combines grassroots activism with global policy engagement. So I think this lineup is pretty much comprehensive. We are looking from the perspectives of different parts of the ASEAN people, from the government to the media to the civil society. So without further ado, I will start with my first question, which is also connected to my first question to all of you. There is a specter haunting Southeast Asia, the specter of the great power rivalry. And our survey, as well as our question in the beginning of this session, shows that while maybe not the majority thinks that there will be a war which involves great powers in the region, there are some people thinks that there is a risk for that. So I would like to start with Pak Jauhar, Tan Sri Jauhar, to give your, what is your take on what are the geopolitical and geostrategic risks which is now faced by the region, and how ASEAN is prepared to face these geopolitical and geostrategic challenges. Tan Sri Jauhar.
Thank you very much, Pak Shafwan. I would like to thank FPCI for inviting me, making it possible to be here. I was here almost 50 years ago in the embassy, Malaysian embassy. but I've been here, of course, since then, quite a few times. But I'm so happy to come here because this is a country that I love, Indonesia. And I say from my heart, this also is my wife's feeling. And I'm privileged to be on this panel, speaking on this subject. And I think together we can discuss this topic reasonably comprehensively. I will limit myself more to the geopolitical shifts that are taking place and maybe come into the risks a little bit later. As we know, and as has been mentioned and has been discussed in so many other forums, there is a mega shift in the global balance of power that is unfolding at the moment. The 500-year ascendance and domination of the West is giving way to a more multipolar spread. Several major powers led by China are set to share the perch with the Western powers, even as the United States continues to be among the leading countries. The post-war, because of this change, the post-war international order may need a new equilibrium to accommodate the geopolitical shift. In the meantime, the world is becoming more restless and divided. Tension is rising. The so-called liberal international order is being undermined by its own architects, and hostility among the major powers is rising. International law and international humanitarian law are flouted more blatantly and recklessly than ever, if not in this region, in other regions. Genocide stalks the weak and defenseless once more. A global South is also emerging to compete with the global North. The network of regional architectures for economics, trade, and security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific is fragmenting. Threats are being talked up vigorously. Arms expenditure is escalating. And according to CIPRI, which is an institute, arms expenditure has grown a startling 37% in the last 10 years. And at the same time, as we all know, military alliances are being strengthened in the region. As a result of all this, the challenges facing ASEAN, not only in Southeast Asia, but in the wider Indo-Pacific region, because we also have a vital interest in the Indo-Pacific region, and we are seeking to manage and foster peace and prosperity in the wider Indo-Pacific region as well. ASEAN faces grave challenges which are becoming maybe more and more serious as we go on. To answer Pak Shofwan's question, a war could happen. I personally don't think it will, but a war, of course, will be the worst case scenario. But even without it, the tension is already rising, and the disruption to channels of trade and investment are already being disturbed. I'll stop there, Pak Shofwan.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tan Sri. The world is becoming restless, and ASEAN is not spared of that anxiety as well. So I'm going to Pak Sade. What is your take on these geopolitical trends and how ASEAN is prepared to face it?
It's not an easy question, Pak Shofwan. As you said, this panel
that's why I ask you.
Tough. And the hardest questions that you're posing to all of us here. But first of all, let me acknowledge some of my senior mentors here. Ambassador Najib is here, Ambassador Yuan, Ambassador Ben, Ambassador Pak Madi, Pak Endi Bayuni even is here. All those are my senior mentors. If you guys have not spoken to any of them, do that. Take pictures, speak with them. A wealth of knowledge, pick their brains. Indonesia had our own Taiwan issue. Taiwan issue. Indonesia also had its own South China issue in Indonesia. That was the message that I said to Congressman Brian Mass. He is the chairman of the U.S. House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee when I had dinner with him about 3 months or so. And we were speaking about ASEAN, we were speaking about South China Sea. And because he was Army, he was a veteran, he lost his legs in Afghanistan, whatnot, and became a congressman. So his point of view is more of a kinetic approach towards issues of conflict. So he was talking about naval movements, naval assets, what if China invades Taiwan and whatnot, what if the warm war becomes a hot war in South China Sea. And afterwards I said that, hey, Indonesia had our own Taiwan and our own South China Sea. It was called Timor-Leste, it was called Sipadan Ligitan. And I told him, and you know what? We solved that issue, that challenge, that conflict in a way that did not need a war. We resolved the first issue through democratic means. Of course, there was some issue with after 1999 in Timor-Leste, but overall it was through democratic referendum. Sipadan Ligitan, we went to The Hague. And so my question to him was, if Indonesia can deal with their own border issue, which is as hard and difficult as Taiwan and South China Sea, why not other countries? So there are lessons there. ASEAN, Tan Sri mentioned, 1967, have been largely peaceful. Let's work within that framework. So that is why when you asked that question, I was one of the first to raise my hand because I'm an optimist, but also I'm a realistic optimist because I've seen this tool, this commitment, this political institution, this intra-regional government that we have can bring peace and stability to the region. So I will stop there. I will have some other comments on some other issues, but I will give.
Thank you very much, Pak Sade. Optimism and realism is often seen as contradictory, especially in this hate and tension in the region. But you want to combine them both, and you argue that we have been successful in managing this for many years. I'll go to the next speaker. With your long experience in the media, talking to different kinds of stakeholders, Dr. Nata, how do you see, what are the biggest geopolitical and geoeconomic challenges in the region, and how different parts of the community, the people in ASEAN is looking at this? Are they as optimistic as Pak Sade, or many of them are more pessimistic? Thank you.
Thank you, Sofwan. And very honored to be joining as a panelist in this discussion. And with optimistic or being more pessimistic, I'm not quite sure, but one thing that I can feel as a journalist who has to report on geopolitics nearly on a daily basis, I feel that ASEAN has been mentioned more this year in my job responsibility. Probably all of you may have felt that the move of geopolitics has been quite fast and furious since the beginning, especially from the first day of President Trump. For us, right now, as a media that we have to report on this issue nearly on a daily basis, we feel that the world has been moving very, very fast. From tariff war, we have trade war, we have technology war, chip war, and AI war. But one thing that has also coming up from the tariff war is how ASEAN can be coping or can be more collective force in terms of being a better option amidst strategic competition between the US and China. And it's my job to act as a bridge, as a media, as a journalist, to try to explain what's the implication of geopolitics and its impact on geoeconomics. And yesterday we see how Dr. Dino mentioned geocivic. So it's like intertwined subjects that we need to try to explain the implication of each and its effect on one another. And I find it's getting more and more complicated and more difficult to make sense. But we have to get back closer to home, like what Thailand has been facing in terms of a country in ASEAN, and we share ASEAN identity, and what are the powerful force out of ASEAN that can help each country in terms of facing this stiff geopolitics and geoeconomics. On the one hand, it's like ASEAN countries need to fight with each other. I mean, in terms of being competitive to attract more investment and in terms of coping with disruption in economic supply chain. But on the other hand, ASEAN has been looked at as what can be collective identity or collective action out of this complex in terms of geopolitics. So looking back at Thailand, from Thailand perspective, we are the country which is at the central of mainland Southeast Asia. But we are also surrounded by tension coming from Myanmar, long time fighting within the country. And also transnational crime like scam center, illegal activities along the border, which is the shared issue of ASEAN community. So those are the factors involving with geopolitics of the country. So what Thailand has to do, and I am sure the question will be raised at ASEAN Summit, what ASEAN can be coping this together, especially on Myanmar crisis. Even though the country like Thailand is next door to Myanmar, we are next door to the west of Thailand for 2,100 kilometers. But this issue will be raised again in ASEAN Summit, and it will be contested terrain. And we cannot ignore strategic competition between the US and China in this issue. And the question will be back to ASEAN leaders. How would they cope? What would be their stance in terms of having this collective stance on the issue of Myanmar, ASEAN, and to cope with strategic competition? So I'll end here as my role as the media and how we see it, the tension inside ASEAN.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nata. You mentioned about the challenges faced by ASEAN's difficulty to have the common stance in important issues like Myanmar, the fast-changing geopolitical situations requires ASEAN to adapt quickly. So I'm now moving to Debbie on that challenge as part of the civil society. I mean, I always wonder the name of the Alt-ASEAN. Is it a twist
alternative
word to the Alternative
ASEAN Network? ASEAN is the Alternative ASEAN Network, and it was named at a time where we wanted to show that at that time ASEAN states were pretty much anti-human rights and anti-democracy. And people in the Burma-Myanmar movement saw ASEAN as anti-human rights and anti-democracy. And we wanted to assert that there are people and movements in ASEAN that stood in solidarity with them. So we were Alternative ASEAN Network. But back to the question, is war possible? War is always possible. And partly because of toxic masculinity. Now, what do we need? What are the ingredients do we need for war in this day and age? Firstly, you need to have insecure leadership. And you have to have people who will be able to make money out of the war. People who makes profit from war, who gets access to more natural resources because of war, and who profits politically. So let's not just look at ASEAN, let's look at the most dramatic example that is also affecting us in ASEAN these days. It's Netanyahu. Netanyahu was losing support. His leadership was insecure. He launched a war and suddenly his whole country had to back him up. And who's making money out of this process? A lot of weapons, a lot of the military-industrial complex. Weapons, those who manufacture weapons, to those who make money out of genocide in Gaza. So then if we zoom back to ASEAN, will Xi launch a war? He might launch a war if he's feeling insecure in China, to build up a sense of nationalism so that he gets support back. But we are hoping that China understands it's its interest not to unleash war in its frontier. And also there's a kind of a gamble that if he does unleash war, it will be on Taiwan and not the rest of us. But we are fundamentally interconnected, whether we like it or not. So war in any part of our region is going to be a huge problem for us. In fact, it already is. Because ASEAN at this point is looking at, even in ASEAN 2045, our shared future, only looks at conflicts as conflicts between states. But some of our biggest long ongoing conflicts that are a threat to human security and stability in the region are things that are happening in Myanmar, but also what's happening in Indonesia. There are also conflicts happening here that we are trying to just say, oh, it's a domestic issue, but it has fundamental impacts. And this is something that we have to own and acknowledge, that if we don't have peace at home, we don't have peace in our region. But as a Star Wars fan, sorry to all the young people, I'm always happy to be in Jakarta. I'm always happy to hang out at AFPCI because of all the young people who are so energetic and volunteering. Sorry to the young people, maybe you're not Star Wars fans, I'm showing my age. But there is a phantom menace that we need to consider, and that's Russia. Putin has become one of the biggest partners of the military regime in Myanmar. And there's been a lot of weapons cooperation, so much so that bombs made by the military junta in Myanmar have been used by Russia in Ukraine. So, and this was identified by Ukraine analysts as far back as July 2023. So we can already start to understand we are far more connected than we are. And what worries me about Putin is this: whatever happens in ASEAN is not his front yard. He is not going to feel much pain if there's a proxy war in this region. So this is the issue that we all need to understand, and we all need to be fundamentally connected to this because it affects our day-to-day lives. We think geopolitics is so high up there, you know, it's Trump, it's Xi, it's Putin, it's Modi, etc., etc. But we need to pay attention to this, and we need to pay attention to the type of toxic masculinity that many of these leaders, and in fact our own leaders, are perpetuating in driving some kind of chauvinistic nationalism. Because that kind of approach, while it may strengthen the certain regimes, it is actually allowing people on the ground to embrace war.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Big applause for all of the speakers. I think the point that is very clear is that this region is pretty much connected to the global mega trends, including in geopolitics, and geopolitics is affecting even our everyday life. And at the same time, sometimes our view on geopolitics is skewed towards state-centrism, where we only look at the geopolitical or geostrategic threat as a threat to the states, interstates war. But actually, there are already implications of these geopolitical trends to the people in the region, such as in the Myanmar and even in our countries. So I would like to invite the participants of the discussions to ask for questions to make it less or less state-centric and more people-centered. So I'm opening the discussion to the public, but we will start with discussions from the participants of the ASEAN for the People conference. First, I would like to invite Felix Patrick from the Policy and Research Director of Foreign Policy Talks, Indonesia. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much, panelists and Pak Shovan. I just want to add that it is true, even without global large powers having conflicts in ASEAN, small conflicts already affecting us. I remember when I was working in the media, when there's Israel and Gaza, I know there's so many Thai workers there have to be repatriated, and it's of course affecting their livelihoods. And I know when Cambodia and Thailand have conflicts, there are more than 1 million Cambodians have to move back from Thailand, and they are struggling now, right? And I see that in all of this domain, government, businesses, private sector, and civil society plays an important role. And I know the role of civic space is becoming more smaller, and even I see that in ASEAN, there's actually a merit to actually expand this space, because I know even in the business sector, a lot of our ASEAN dialogue partners from Russia, EU, Japan are actually engaging to the region because they see our region as actually an opportunity. We are, in hindsight, one of the most stable regions, but they are all coming up with strategies in engaging with ASEAN. And I see even in the business sector, in ASEAN, there's only one body that engaged with the private sector with ASEAN leaders. That's the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. And with the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, there are many dialogue partners having business council engaging and actively shaping how the region economic growth and the pathways are being driven, right? And actually, it should be ASEAN-led, but what I see now is actually many dialogue partners are engaging with us, trying to shape how the region grows. And I think for ASEAN, if we can expand this and have a specific ASEAN engagement body where civil society can engage with ASEAN leaders every year, voice out your interests, voice out the sectoral priorities that you want to engage with, we can really actually bridge the difference between governments, especially like even with geographies, mainland Southeast Asia and maritime Southeast Asia. Even I, as an Indonesian, have struggling understanding what's happening in mainland Southeast Asia, in the Mekong area, and I have to ask my friend in Cambodia to understand that. We have to bring more that conversation, and if we can do it annually, we can actually push the government and even the private sector to do more through the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix. Very important point on you are calling for more civic space, not only at the national level, but also at the regional level on ASEAN. So I would like to ask the panelists later on that. But I'm now inviting the second discussant, Muhammad Ashraf Iqbal Haji Metusin, the Deputy Country Director at ASEAN Brunei. Please.
Hello, so I'm Ashraf from ASEAN Brunei Darussalam. So just want to add another comment. We work a lot with Brunei Darussalam youth, and just another comment from Pondebi, just additional. We are very, very connected. It's not only among ASEAN, but our strategic partners. So for example, the youth in education and also in work. So in Brunei Darussalam, there's a lot of partnerships with United States and European Union, with Japan, with Korea. So when geopolitics affects all these partnerships, it doesn't only hurt the nation, it hurts the youth and their ability to grow, their ability to learn. For example, a lot of our youth are part of YCLE, part of European Erasmus programs, scholarship programs. So when geopolitics is not as stable, it destabilizes their lives and also affects how they can contribute. It disrupts their plans. It also disrupts the plans of the government. So not only the government from the national side, but also on the people side also affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Geopolitics matters even for the civil society and especially for the youth. Now I'm inviting Manisa Lakshmi Balachandran, please, Research Officer at the Malaysia Youth Diplomacy.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon. Thank you so much for this wonderful title, the topic of the day. As usual, as the other participants, discussants have the same thoughts and we have the same worries, how it is actually affecting our daily lives. And unfortunately, are everyone is seeing the same? Is everyone seeing the same? Is it actually in daily life? Is an everyday problem issue? That's the things that we have to emphasize more. For example, in Malaysia and in across Southeast Asia, young people itself, we are directly affected by trade disruption, the migrant issues, and our digital economy. New things keep on coming up. But then, when it comes to these issues, are we seeing it as an ASEAN issues? We are still seeing it as like our issues in the national issues. It's not the ASEAN issues. And my question to the panel is, how can ASEAN better communicate to its people that the regional geopolitics isn't just about the South China Sea or big power competition, but also about everyday livelihoods, and it's also include about the job safety, digital security among the regional itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Geopolitics of everyday. I think this is a very important issue because ASEAN wants to be a people-centered ASEAN, so geopolitics should be something that is relevant to the everyday life of the people. So I think from the three discussions, one common thread is the concern. First, the concern about the impacts of geopolitics to the people directly, and then the need for more room for civic space in the region. And then there is also a question about how the issues are often seen as national issues or domestic issues rather than something that ASEAN can play a role. So I will go first to Pak Sade because because you are an optimist ASEAN, so a lot of concerns are about ASEAN. There is an increasing need for a stronger, a more effective ASEAN in facing this, but a lot of concerns about how ASEAN is actually institutionally capable enough to do that. What do you think? And what ASEAN should do?
Thank you, thank you. Three issues that was raised by the discussant, very important one. And each of those issues has same sort of thread, which is people-centered, right? And last week I was in Semarang. We had a discussion with the Universitas Diponegoro with a number of scholars from Makassar, Unhas, Sumatera Utara, Medan, UI juga, and of course Universitas Diponegoro. The topic was maritime heritage. Maritime heritage. And you know, we are connected Southeast Asians in a way that I did not previously know, and maybe many of our people does not really know. And these are archaeological facts. These are historical facts. And they can prove it with pinisi boats shipwreck in Madagascar, Bay of Bengal, the South China Sea, even all the way to New Zealand, Fiji, and Hawaii. So our peoples are connected since many, many hundreds of years ago. And this ancient link, it was what was brought the Southeast Asian people together. So that people-centered, that centrality started with the people, right? And fast forward to the modern age. Now, ASEAN centrality, in my view, is a public good and much more beneficial, I think, to the partners of ASEAN. It is important for ASEAN, of course, but it is more, I think, beneficial for the partners of ASEAN. And I quote Amitav Acharya's study saying that the concept of ASEAN centrality holds much more value for countries like Russia, China, United States, Japan, Korea, and others outside of ASEAN, because if they come up with initiative, with thinking, Russia, for example, the Americans will probably reject it. The Americans come with the thinking and probably the Chinese will reject it. But when that same thinking comes from ASEAN, less friction, less resistance. So that holds value. That's the first point. The second point, right, of course, ASEAN has been so successful. I think a number of speakers yesterday talked about that. Most successful regional organization in APAC, including Pak Marty spoke about that. And the building block of regional institutions, EAS, APT, and ASEAN as an honest broker, right? And so in the face of the current trends and development, as mentioned by Tan Sri and Nata and Debbie also, I think there is room for ASEAN to keep improving on ourselves. And here I just would like to, as a thought experiment perhaps here, and not my, my formal, of course, position from Kemlu, I think some steps to future-proof ASEAN is important for us to talk with the CSOs especially, and other governments in particular as well. One, economic integration. Deepen supply chain integration, right? Promote digital economy, expand economic partnerships. This is the thing that we have been doing bilaterally, Indonesia, European Union, Canada, the US and others, but within ASEAN as well, and ASEAN with China, ASEAN with Australia, ASEAN with the EU and whatnot. Sure, the world is much more fragmented economically now, but when ASEAN and its partners are stronger economically and low friction to trade, that will safeguard us against trade policies that are akin to 1930s trade policy by President Trump, right? And second, on peace and security, addressing internal limitations. And we have plenty of those in ASEAN if we want to be honest with ourselves. And we need to project a more unified ASEAN. First, a more flexible, effective ASEAN way. ASEAN way is good, but it has some limitation. How can we make it more flexible and effective while still maintaining the non-interference principle? I just had a talk with Debbie and Nata and Tan Sri also. Can we redefine non-interference to be narrower, perhaps, so that we have room in the case of humanitarian crisis that needs help? And some examples that we have, for example, is the ASEAN tsunami of 2004, of course, right? Second, strengthening maritime cooperation, maritime domain awareness and whatnot to combat TNCs, transnational crimes. And third, responsibility to inform and consult with ASEAN of any moves, policies by outside powers that has impact on the stability and peace on ASEAN. AUKUS, Quad, and others are some of the examples. And lastly, institutionalize citizen participation in security policy making, which is the theme of this conference. So I welcome this conference very much, and I think we need to institutionalize this kind of discourse so the output can be heard and listened to by leaders and decision makers in ASEAN. So those are some of my thoughts, and I have some other thoughts on strengthening internal ASEAN, but I will leave that to my next comment. Thank you, Pak Shafron.
Thank you very much, Pak Sade. Very thought-provoking ideas on flexible and effective ASEAN way, redefining non-intervention, which we know very much often considered as the core value and practice of ASEAN. So I'm going to Debbie because you are calling for more active ASEAN in many of the humanitarian crises in the region. Do you think that a more space for the citizen and a change in the way ASEAN deal with issues such as in making its institution more flexible and effective ASEAN way and redefinition of non-intervention is possible?
Okay, I think ASEAN used to be very brittle. They didn't like criticism, they didn't like different ideas coming from civil society. ASEAN is a little bit more resilient now. They actually can handle some criticism and some recommendations. So that's a good sign, I would say. And it also is because of the diplomatic culture of, say, Indonesia is actually much more listening, much more open. Whereas we were dealing with Vietnam or Cambodia or Laos or Myanmar, and to a certain extent, even sometimes Malaysia and Singapore, they are a little bit less happy to be getting some different opinions because they expect that you will just be grateful to be allowed in the room and just keep quiet. So I think this is, there's a certain kind of feudalistic mentality that needs to be changed. And we keep hoping for intergenerational change, but I think we need to make the cultural change happen very soon. Perhaps having more women in leadership might help. But I want to respond to some of Felix's and Muhammad Ashraf's and Manisha Lakshmi's interventions. Firstly, yes, civic space is smaller. It's problematic that in this day and age, we have transnational repression where governments are cooperating with other repressive regimes to stifle or even attack exiles of, doing legitimate work in their territory. The fact that we have Malaysia and Thailand deporting young people to the military junta to be forcibly conscripted in the army. We are actually feeding the junta with more forced conscripts to prolong the war in Burma. So when we talk about responsibility to protect, it's not expecting ASEAN to send peacekeepers into Myanmar. It's for ASEAN to extend their responsibility to protect to victims and survivors of conflict, of natural disaster that are sheltering within their territory. So that's one thing. The other thing is, earlier this year, talking about geopolitics affecting young people and civil society, when Trump had his meltdown and had a revenge attack on civil society, not just domestically but globally, he cut the USAID cuts. Many ASEAN leaders were so happy, they were gleeful. They said, padan muka lah, all these civil society troublemakers, they are out of business. They won't be a pain to us anymore. But the reality is that civil society is very diverse and very rich. They provide many important services and benefits to society, including helping refugees, migrants, and so on. So all of these services many of these services have disappeared, and ASEAN leaders are going to feel the impact of these aid cuts in the months ahead. So we have to understand, we cannot have this silo view that civil society is separate from government, so they are a threat. We cannot have an adversarial approach. Governments should not be adversarial to civil society. So I think that's quite important. But I just want to say something. What Pak Sade is saying about narrowing the definition of non-interference is something that Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba had been saying for the past 20 years. 20 years ago, when he was a Malaysian foreign minister and chair of ASEAN, he actually initiated the ASEAN Civil Society Conference, which is also has a double name, which is ASEAN People's Forum. And it's been going on every year for the past 20 years. Now, in the early years, especially when Malaysia started it, they organized an interface between ASEAN civil society representatives and ASEAN leaders. But over the years, this fell apart because ASEAN leaders were saying, no, we don't want to talk to this civil society from my country. Bring one gongo from my country to talk to me. And they were actively interfering in the composition of the delegation. In the end, the civil society said, this is taking too much effort. But also, there's so many parts of ASEAN which have been suppressed, especially young people. So that's why we have next week the Hidden ASEAN, ASEAN People's Forum, the 20th ASEAN Civil Society Conference in Kuala Lumpur. And we've kept the solidarity going because I think we have to understand young people, women, people from civil society really believe in ASEAN. People say, hey, Debbie, you're not tired. You've been doing this for like 40 years. Yeah, I've been doing this for 40 years because I love ASEAN. I love the fact there is such an idea of ASEAN. I love the fact that I have friends from every ASEAN country, not just colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much, Debbie. Pak Johar, do you have any take on this ASEAN centrality and the impacts of geopolitics as well as the civic space issue?
Thank you very much. I just would like to add to the discussion. To me, first on civil society, I think there's a vast difference between civil society now and civil society 20, 30 years ago. I think they have grown exponentially, and if I recall Pak Dino's speech yesterday, based on per 100 or per 1,000 or hundreds of thousands of people, was it Indonesia number 1 or Philippines number 1? But it was number 1 and number 2 between them. Malaysia was number 2. You don't look at the huge population. If you look at the huge population, Indonesia has more than all the rest of us put together, perhaps. But if you take per 100,000 people, etc., Malaysia was number 2. So it's not so bad. And second point I would like to make is, sometimes civil society, when they say you don't, they don't engage us, what they really mean is you don't listen to us enough. That's what they mean, and you don't agree with us enough. So that's what it is. But if I may proceed further, as civil society, it starts with many things from the nation, not with ASEAN. A vibrant civil society that contributes to the nation, you extrapolate it to ASEAN. So first, you have to be strong within the nation, and the nation is to be the one that must be open to civil society. I think in the more democratic societies, they have to be, and they are. But in the less democratic societies, some of us, they are democratic, but slightly less democratic than others. They could be perhaps more open to the civil society and listen to them. And from there, you could go to ASEAN. The third point I want to make is this. People-centric and ASEAN centrality, to me, are slightly different things. People-centric means whatever you do, you engage the people, you do it in their interests, etc. Most of all, perhaps, is people-centric. But ASEAN centrality, to me, is slightly different, and I'll be corrected by Sade. I look at ASEAN, what ASEAN means by ASEAN centrality. You have to look at the 1945 vision, at ASEAN Charter, etc. There, I stand corrected again, and this has to do with the geopolitical situation. Why we talk so much about ASEAN centrality? Because we want to have as much influence as possible in the Indo-Pacific region. We want them to consider ASEAN as the central actor in the security, cooperation, etc., economic cooperation in the region. And when they come out with their own toolkit, like for instance, when they come out with AUKUS, when they come out with Quad, when they come out with alternative economic, cooperation groupings, when they strengthen military alliances, etc., that detracts from the inclusive
engaging ethos of ASEAN. So ASEAN, we would like to bring people together and engage in dialogue and try to resolve our differences peacefully, more peacefully. Whereas these people, especially some of the major powers, I won't mention name, they are very militaristic. They are very alliance based, and they are very aggressive. Every now and you can, Peter Hesguest, who was in Singapore earlier this year, talking up threats in the region and asking states to spend more, because that helps the military-industrial complex back home, etc. So they thrive in this kind of thing. But ASEAN is a different. We would like to resolve problems peacefully to the mutual satisfaction of all parties as much as possible, and dialogue and friendship, and we engage without regard to political ideology or political system, which is very different from what some of these, especially those who press on democracy, and they form groupings based on democracy. If you are not democratic, you cannot be a member of this group. ASEAN is different. We engage everyone because differences and economic cooperation, mutual economic prosperity depends on us working together. I stop there.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Johar. You highlighted the distinction between the two concepts of ASEAN centrality and ASEAN and people-centeredness of ASEAN. So I'm going to Dr. Nata on that, because throughout the discussion, there is a discussion on the idea that the two concepts actually are supportive to each other, that more space for the civic space will strengthen ASEAN centrality. But there is also ideas that both of them are actually trade-off. With the increasing geopolitical tension, we need ASEAN centrality, but ASEAN centrality needs stronger state. Stronger state means less participation from the civil society. What do you think? What is the role of civil society in this increasing need for ASEAN centrality? Are they trade-off, or are they actually complementing each other?
Thank you. The world is really fragmented because we cannot really ignore geopolitics. And I like to paraphrase the words by Professor Kishore Mahbubani, that he said from 10 years from now, geopolitics will be the most interesting issue. And I'd like to ask one more question. What would you imagine if ASEAN doesn't exist under this current geopolitics? It means we would be left weaker individually as a country. And I think at this very juncture, it means ASEAN collective community or ASEAN community is even more valid, even have more power in terms of existing in this political and geopolitical juncture. And when other regions look at ASEAN, economic powerhouse is one of the strongest assets and population of ASEAN, because like when EU look at ASEAN, they think ASEAN is even bigger than EU, because EU is the gateway to 400 million population. But ASEAN having more than 600 million citizens, it means stronger market, larger market, stronger economic powerhouse, and that can be leveraged for the whole region. And I think that can strengthen ASEAN centrality. From journalist perspective, it's quite on the other hand, it's quite a world away from reality, because when we cover ASEAN meeting, it tends to be about leaders, about ASEAN government, about the role of the government, in which is quite far away from people-centric ASEAN. But according to Tan Sri Mohammed, he also mentioned that civil society in ASEAN has changed a lot, and I can see the dynamic has changed and shifted quite dramatically as well, especially how I see the atmosphere here in Jakarta, how civil society has joined hands and tried to have their collective voice. So I think people, community can be one more contributing factor to stronger ASEAN centrality. So we have to keep having conversation, having more engaging ideas, and try to build up public-private partnership and add people into this equation as well. So it means civil society have to empower one another, especially in this very juncture that the world has turned to right direction, turning to more protectionism. And to what extent ASEAN can strengthen each other. So we have to be more optimistic and try to empower each other economically, probably not politically, but economically, socially, culturally, and that can help engage with stronger ASEAN centrality.
Stronger civil society, stronger engagement between people in the region will strengthen ASEAN centrality. Thank you very much, Dr. Nata. And now we are, I think there are still a lot of points to be discussed actually when we are talking about geopolitics and how geopolitics affect ASEAN. But our speakers will still be around if you want to get in touch with them, just say hi and then talk to them and gain their insights. But for now, I would like to invite for the final comments from all of the speakers and what is the takeaway and how the audience should see the topic today. Please, Tan Sri Johar.
I think ASEAN was born during a time during the Cold War, when there was great conflict between these major powers. We managed to not only survive that, but thrive. And one of the ways we did that was not to get involved in major power conflict. Initially, we in fact didn't want major powers involved in our region. That's how we defined ZOPFAN, but that was of course not good. We want the major powers to be fully involved in our region. But whenever they have a conflict among themselves, major power conflict, ASEAN should not get involved. ASEAN should be non-aligned and neutral. And the wisdom of that is this, that if we want to be the mediator, if we want to bring conflicting nations together, we have to be rather neutral. If we take the side of one, the other side will not want to respond to you. And our role as a convener, as promoting security through dialogue and cooperation will be affected. So that is why, I mean, we did it that way. But for the future, ASEAN will have some problems, I think. We have not been very successful in checking fragmentation of the region. Big powers act as they wish. And some of the platforms that we have, in fact, the ASEAN Regional Forum is the most relevant. ASEAN Regional Forum, you have 27 countries. It is now 51 years old. Its mission, in fact, is to promote confidence, reduce conflict, and resolve conflict in the end. Three things. But I'm sad to say, in the 31 years that the ARF has existed, the situation, the regional, geopolitical, geostrategic situation, in fact, has deteriorated. And that is not the fault of ASEAN or the ARF, because you have all of them there. You still have, US is there, Russia is there, China is there, Japan is there, but all of them are in conflict because they do not subscribe sufficiently to the principles and the ethos of ASEAN. I stop there, I don't talk too much.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. Pak Sade.
I'll be short. To truly make ASEAN a people-centered, future-ready regional group that is self-reliant, cohesive, united, and at the heart of our region, we must build on our strength, right? And records. We now must address challenges that exist internally in ASEAN, right? Our economic challenges, and we must also think about and do the reform necessary on our diplomatic mechanisms with the people, the CSOs, all of you, as the centerpiece of this movement.
Thank you very much, Pak Sade. Yes. Please don't hesitate if you want to give a big applause. Please, Dr. Nata.
I think we are all parts and parcel of being ASEAN. Even though we have our individual identity, we have our country identity, but we are also parts of ASEAN. And ASEAN keeps changing. ASEAN is not static. The leaders will be changed, and young people are certainly part of ASEAN, and you have so much power in your hand. Social media is part of communication, and young people or people of ASEAN can keep communications open and keep partnership strong by supporting each other. And if we wait for ASEAN mechanism to engage with civil society, truly, probably that would be quite a big challenge. But if people keep communication open, talk to each other, try to support one another, support human rights, support protection for each other, at least you can bring the issue forward for ASEAN people-centric community.
Thank you very much. We should not wait to be given space. We make the space.
I want to say that civil society in the region have been taking space whether or not they've been permitted to do so. And I think my brother Adrian Pereira here and Ibu Yuli and other friends who have been working across countries in solidarity with migrant workers, for example, to protect their rights, regardless of their nationality. And this is the ultimate regionalism, that we support each other regardless of our national identity. So I think ASEAN governments need to start, and ASEAN leaders need to start trusting each other, just as civil society is already trusting and working across these kinds of boundaries, taking an intersectional and intersectoral approach. My good friend Ibu Adelina Kamal sometimes uses this term, ecosystem. And we need to actually make sure that ASEAN puts the social, cultural, and environmental ecosystem above the ego system. And having said that, when we talk about geopolitical threats and trends, one of the things that affects young people directly is the geopolitical, the trend that came from the US that actually expanded the gig economy. And the other trend of dismantling social protection, of privatizing public goods and social services like health and education. This is really weakening the fabric of our region. Young people entering the workforce are more likely to go into precarious work in the gig economy. And that is a threat to future generations. So while we are also concerned about armed conflict, whether it's domestic or between states, we also have to understand how we prioritize the day-to-day impacts the day-to-day needs, the essential needs of young people and other people in our region has to come first as part of a people-centered approach.
Thank you very much, Debbie, and thank you very much. Let us give the big applause for all of the speakers. And we learn a lot that geopolitics matter for our everyday life, the geopolitics of everyday life. And for that, we are calling for the civil society from all across the region to work together to make space for them to be more heard, to ensure that people centrality and ASEAN centrality can both be mainstreamed and becoming the future of the region, so we can continue the legacy of the maritime heritage which connects all but not dividing us all. Thank you very much for all the speakers, and thank you very much for joining us. I'm returning the microphone to the MC. Thank you.
Yes, and give a round of applause once again to Bapak Sofwan. Thank you very much for leading the discussion for this afternoon session. And we kindly invite to all the panelists and of course our moderator to please take center stage, for we will now present a token of appreciation from the team as a sign of our gratitude for the insights and of course all this great discussion shared this afternoon in our session A4, how civil societies see ASEAN's geostrategic environment and what ASEAN centrality mean to them. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator, Pak Sofwan, and of course our panelists, Bapak Tan Sri Muhammad Johar Hassan, Bapak Sadi Bimantara, Dr. Nata Komovaldin, and Miss Debbie Stoddard. And please do hold onto your shirts and of course smile towards the camera, Pak Johar. Yes, you may hold on to the jacket and then show off the front side or the logo, whichever one is comfortable for you. Yes, and smile towards the camera. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to our moderator and of course our panelists for our A4 session. How civil societies see ASEAN's geostrategic environment and what ASEAN centrality mean to them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with today's agenda. But before that, once again, I would like to remind you, setelah menggunakan alat interpretasi, jika ada yang menggunakan, setelah meninggalkan ruangan ini, kami mohon untuk bisa terlebih dahulu mengembalikan alat interpretasi. Because this marks the end of this particular session, or A4 session, and we will continue with our next session, session A5 at 3:30 p.m. Once again, our next session is Ideas to Upgrade and Reform Our Education System, our session A5, and it will begin at 3:30 p.m. So make sure you join us once more in the Golden Ballroom by 3:30 p.m. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, sekarang kita akan break sejenak dan kita akan lanjutkan untuk sesi berikutnya pada pukul 15.30 waktu Indonesia Barat. Sekali lagi, sesi berikutnya akan kita mulai pada pukul 15.30 waktu Indonesia Barat. Dan kami persilakan untuk bisa mengembalikan alat interpretasi sebelum meninggalkan ruangan ballroom. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we invite you to join us for our next session, Ideas to Upgrade and Reform Our Education System at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tio Hajar Dewantoro, the chairman of Pusaka Indonesia Gemah Ripah.
I am so delighted to support the ASEAN People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect the group of civil society across the Southeast Asia. Why this is important? There are some reasons. First, I believe that the people must be at the heart of ASEAN. The second reason is we need more participation in grassroots level in Southeast Asia. And the third, we need more collaboration because the collaboration across the border of the countries in Southeast Asia is the key to solve the said challenge. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Abraham. I'm the Executive Director of Rabiru Foundation. I am pleased to express my support the ASEAN for the People Conference AFPC, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Hello everybody, my name is Willy. I'm the Chief of Staff of Relawan Pemimpin Indonesia, RAPI. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative because it will connect the civil society organizations across Southeast Asia. I believe it is very important because Southeast Asia's future depends on the bridges built amongst communities in the region. Terima kasih.
Salam sejahtera, salam satu madani. My name is Vaishnavi Charlotte and I am a researcher at the Social Economic Research Initiative, SERI. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. I believe this is a valuable opportunity as it helps CSOs across ASEAN network and make valuable connections with each other. Terima kasih dan thank you.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello, my name is Arnafi Lafak. I am joining as the Coordinator for Research and Development in Sinergi Sehat Indonesia. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe it is important to bridge ideas and spirit between ASEAN initiatives to collaborate in solving our shared challenges through grassroots participation. Together, anything that needs to happen can happen and will happen. Thank you, terima kasih.
Hello, I'm Tuti. I am teacher from Sekolah Institute. Sekolah Institute has organization focused on literasi and advocacy for indigenous people in Indonesia. I'm pleased to support the ASEAN for People Conference, and this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important conference because we are people from Southeast Asia. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenge as ASEAN, and ASEAN need more grassroots participation. And sampai jumpa, terima kasih.
Kalau nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Salam.
Hi everyone, my name is Erin Gayatri. I'm a coordinator of Sri Kandi Lintas Iman, an interfaith women's community in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I'm pleased to express my support to the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it will create the incredible experiences of the ASEAN people in sharing their best practices, challenges, and lessons learned from their respective works for a better ASEAN. So that ASEAN belongs to the grassroots people as well, not only as an imagined community. People must be at the heart of ASEAN. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. ASEAN need more grassroots participations, the change makers and the champions to show how the collaboration become significant and impactful. Matur suwun.
Good morning. My name is Soren. I'm from Cambodia. I am the Executive Director of STAR Cambodia. STAR Cambodia works to promote good governance, human rights, natural resource, environment, and climate change. I would like to profoundly express my support to ASEAN for People Conference in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe that it is important because the ASEAN for People Conference must be at the heart of ASEAN. In fact, I'm truly convinced that cross-border consultation is the key to solve shared challenge. Therefore, we need more grassroots participation. Thank you very much. I am looking forward to see all of you in Jakarta soon.
Mabuhay, my name is Macy, and I am the founder of Kalong Lisay, which is a Philippine-based mental health and disability rights-focused organization. I am really pleased to express my support and to participate and to speak at the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from all across Southeast Asia. I believe that this is important because I believe that the youth's voice should always be included, especially in topics of social justice and cross-continental collaboration. Thank you so much, and we'll see you there.
My name is Chua Xion, the co-founder and executive director of the Young Seekers. We are a regional non-profit dedicated to building bridges between ASEAN and China through youth leadership program, youth networks, and youth opportunity across the region. I am delighted to share my support for AFPC taking place on 6 to 7 September here in Jakarta. This conference is meaningful because it puts people at the heart of ASEAN. ASEAN is not just about the government and the policy, it's about the people. It's about the students, the workers, the entrepreneurs, and the community who live the ASEAN story every day. At the Young Seekers, we see what happens when young people cross borders. When we come together across borders, we don't just share ideas, we build trust, solidarity, and courage. We face issues together that no single country can solve alone. Cross-border collaboration, grassroots participation, and people-centered leadership are what will make ASEAN more resilient and united. That's why AFPC matters. It empowers us to shape an ASEAN that is people-driven, not top-down, personal, not distant, not just about the future alone, but about what we can create together today. So let us seize this moment to show the world that a people-centered ASEAN is a stronger ASEAN. Thank you, and I look forward to the change we will build together.
afternoon. My name is Tio Hajar Dewantoro, the chairman of Pusaka Indonesia Gemah Ripah. I am so delighted to support the ASEAN People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect the group of civil society across the Southeast Asia. Why this is important? There are some reasons. First, I believe that the people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Second reason is we need more participation in grassroots level in Southeast Asia. And the third, we need more collaboration because the collaboration across the border of the countries in Southeast Asia is the key to solve the shared challenge. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Abraham. I'm the Executive Director of Rawiru Foundation. I am pleased to express my support the ASEAN for the People Conference AFPC, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Kami adalah Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Universe diantaranya adalah PTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Hello everybody, my name is Willy. I'm the Chief of Staff of Relawan Pemimpin Indonesia, Rafi. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative because it will connect the civil society organizations across Southeast Asia. I believe it is very important because Southeast Asia's future depends on the bridges built amongst communities in the region. Terima kasih.
Sejahtera, salam satu madani. My name is Vaishnavi Charlotte and I am a researcher at the Social Economic Research Initiative, SERI. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. I believe this is a valuable opportunity as it helps CSOs across ASEAN network and make valuable connections with each other. Terima kasih dan thank you.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello, my name is Arnafi Lafak. I am joining as the coordinator for research and development in Sinergi Sehat Indonesia. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe it is important to bridge ideas and spirit between ASEAN initiatives to collaborate in solving our shared challenges through grassroots participation. Together, anything that needs to happen can happen and will happen. Thank you, terima kasih.
Hello, I'm Tuti. I am a teacher from Sekolah Institute. Sekolah Institute has organization focused on literasi and advocacy for indigenous people in Indonesia. I'm pleased to support the Asian for People Conference, and this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important conference because we are people from Southeast Asia. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenge as Asian, and Asian need more grassroots participation. And sampai jumpa. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Salam, hi everyone. My name is Erin Gayatri. I'm a coordinator of Sri Kandi Lintas Iman, an interfaith women's community in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I'm pleased to express my support to the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it will create the incredible experiences of the ASEAN people in sharing their best practices, challenges, and lessons learned from their respective works for a better ASEAN. So that ASEAN belongs to the grassroots people as well, not only as an imagined community. People must be at the heart of ASEAN. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. ASEAN needs more grassroots participations, the change makers and the champions to show how the collaboration become significant and impactful. Matur suwun.
Good morning. My name is Ren. I'm from Cambodia. I am the Executive Director of STAR Cambodia. STAR Cambodia works to promote good governance, human rights, natural resource, environment, and climate change. I would like to profoundly express my support to ASEAN for People Conference in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe that it is important because the ASEAN for People Conference must be at the heart of ASEAN. In fact, I'm truly convinced that cross-border consultation is the key to solve shared challenge. Therefore, we need more grassroots participation. Thank you very much. I am looking forward to see all of you in Jakarta soon.
Mabuhay, my name is Macy, and I am the founder of Ballroom, which is a Philippine-based mental health and disability rights-focused organization. I am really pleased to express my support and to participate and to speak at the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from all across Southeast Asia. I believe that this is important because I believe that the youth's voice should always be included, especially in topics of social justice and cross-continental collaboration. Thank you so much, and we'll see you there.
My name is Chua Xion, the co-founder and executive director of the Young Seekers. We are a regional non-profit dedicated to building bridges between ASEAN and China through youth leadership program, youth networks, and youth opportunity across the region. I am delighted to share my support for AFPC taking place on 6 to 7 September here in Jakarta. This conference is meaningful because it puts people at the heart of ASEAN. ASEAN is not just about the government and the policy, it's about the people. It's about the students, the workers, the entrepreneurs, and the community who live the ASEAN story every day. At the Young Seekers, we see what happens when young people cross borders. When we come together across borders, we don't just share ideas, we build trust, solidarity, and courage. We face issues together that no single country can solve alone. Cross-border collaboration, grassroots participation, and people-centered leadership are what will make ASEAN more resilient and united. That's why AFPC matters. It empowers us to shape an ASEAN that is people-driven, not top-down, personal, not distant, not just about the future alone, but about what we can create together today. So let us use this moment to show the world that a people-centered ASEAN is a stronger ASEAN. Thank you, and I look forward to the change we will build together.
afternoon.
My name is Tio Hajar Dewantoro, the chairman of Pusaka Indonesia Gemah Ripah. I am so delighted to support the ASEAN People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect the group of civil society across the Southeast Asia. Why this is important? There are some reasons. First, I believe that the people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Second reason is we need more participation in grassroots level in Southeast Asia. And the third, we need more collaboration because the collaboration across the border of the countries in Southeast Asia is the key to solve the shared challenges. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Abraham. I'm the Executive Director of Rawiru Foundation. I am pleased to express my support the ASEAN for the People Conference AFPC, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Terima kasih.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Hello everybody, my name is Willy. I'm the Chief of Staff of Relawan Pemimpin Indonesia, Rafi. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative because it will connect the civil society organizations across Southeast Asia. I believe it is very important because Southeast Asia's future depends on the bridges built amongst communities in the region. Terima kasih.
Sejahtera, salam satu madani. My name is Vaishnavi Charlotte and I am a researcher at the Social Economic Research Initiative, SERI. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. I believe this is a valuable opportunity as it helps CSOs across ASEAN network and make valuable connections with each other. Terima kasih dan thank you.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello, my name is Arnafi Lafak. I am joining as the Coordinator for Research and Development in Sinergi Sehat Indonesia. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe it is important to bridge ideas and spirit between ASEAN initiatives to collaborate in solving our shared challenges through grassroots participation. Together, anything that needs to happen can happen and will happen. Thank you, terima kasih.
Hello, I'm Tuti. I am teacher from Sekolah Institute. Sekolah Institute has organization focused on literasi and advocacy for indigenous people in Indonesia. I'm pleased to support the Asian for People Conference, and this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important conference because we are people from Southeast Asia. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenge as Asian, and Asian need more grassroots participation. And sampai jumpa. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Salam. Hi everyone. My name is Erin Gayatri. I'm a coordinator of Sri Kandi Lintas Iman, an interfaith women's community in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I'm pleased to express my support to the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because it will create the incredible experiences of the ASEAN people in sharing their best practices, challenges, and lessons learned from their respective works for a better ASEAN. So that ASEAN belongs to the grassroots people as well, not only as an imagined community. People must be at the heart of ASEAN. Cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. ASEAN need more grassroots participations, the change makers and the champions to show how the collaboration become significant and impactful. Matur suwun.
Good morning. My name is Ren. I'm from Cambodia. I am the Executive Director of STAR Cambodia. STAR Cambodia works to promote good governance, human rights, natural resource, environment, and climate change. I would like to profoundly express my support to ASEAN for People Conference in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe that it is important because the ASEAN for People Conference must be at the heart of ASEAN. In fact, I'm truly convinced that cross-border consultation is the key to solve shared challenge. Therefore, we need more grassroots participation. Thank you very much. I am looking forward to see all of you in Jakarta soon.
Mabuhay, my name is Macy, and I am the founder of Ballroom, which is a Philippine-based mental health and disability rights-focused organization. I am really pleased to express my support and to participate and to speak at the ASEAN for the People's Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from all across Southeast Asia. I believe that this is important because I believe that the youth's voice should always be included, especially in topics of social justice and cross-continental collaboration. Thank you so much, and we'll see you there.
Our next session in the Golden Ballroom, our session A5, ideas to upgrade and reform our education system. But before we do, I would like to invite those of you who are still outside of the ballroom to please do come inside and kindly take a seat because we are soon to begin our next session. Dan sekali lagi kami ingatkan kembali bagi Bapak dan Ibu dan juga peserta yang hendak menggunakan alat interpretasi dari bahasa Inggris ke bahasa Indonesia, kami persilakan untuk bisa menggunakan alat interpretasi dengan cara tunjuk tangan, minta tolong ke tim panitia, atau bisa juga langsung menghampiri meja alat interpretasi yang berada di sisi sebelah kiri panggung. Dan kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk bisa mengembalikan alat tersebut jika memang hendak keluar dari area ballroom ini. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome you. And once again, for those of you who have not yet taken a seat, please do, because we are soon to begin our next session, session A5. Ideas to upgrade and reform our education system. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have another round of applause for ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. And once again, we welcome you to the Golden Ballroom of the Sultan Hotel, and we are about to begin session A5, titled Ideas to Upgrade and Reform Our Education Ecosystem. But before we do, I would like to once again remind you, ingin kami ingatkan kembali, jika Bapak dan Ibu dan peserta ingin menggunakan alat interpretasi dari bahasa Inggris ke bahasa Indonesia untuk sesi ini, kami persilakan untuk bisa menunjuk tangan dan nanti meminta alat interpretasi tersebut kepada tim panitia kami, atau bisa langsung menghampiri meja alat interpretasi yang berada di sisi sebelah kiri panggung. Jangan langsung saja, kami persilakan, tapi kami mohon jika hendak meninggalkan ruangan untuk bisa terlebih dahulu mengembalikan alat tersebut. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen from early on, everyone is ready to join in for our session A5. Therefore, without further ado, allow me to introduce to you and of course invite onto the stage the moderator who will lead this session's discussion. So please give a round of applause to Agatha Chelsea, neuroscience educator, founder of Neuron Edu, and entertaining onto the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. I'm Agatha Chelsea, youth educator and founder of Neuron Edu, a neuroscience-based learning media. It's an honor to be your moderator on this session. Our session today is titled Education, Ideas to Upgrade and Reform Our Education Ecosystem. As we all know, across Southeast Asia, we share one big challenge: how to make education not just accessible, but meaningful, inclusive, and future-ready. According to the World Bank, learning poverty, the inability to understand a simple text by the age of 10, remains high in several ASEAN member states, with Indonesia at 53%, Myanmar at 89%, Cambodia at 90%, and the Philippines at 91%. This gap in foundational skills threatens to undermine the region's human capital. Moreover, with the rise of technology and automation, demands new forms of digital literacy, problem solving, and adaptability. Therefore, Southeast Asia must rethink not just access, but also the quality and relevance of its education systems, from curriculum design to teacher training. We're joined today by inspiring leaders who've been hands-on in shaping education in different ways, from classrooms and universities to national reforms. I would like to invite our honored speakers, Pak Anies Baswedan, former Minister of Education and Culture of Indonesia, former Governor of Jakarta and founder of Indonesia Mengajar and Aksi Bersama. Thank you so much, Pak Anies. And the next speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyen Tan Lam, Vice Rector of Lac Long University, Vietnam, alongside Mr. Samuel Isaiah, Executive Director of Pemimpin Global School Leaders Malaysia, and Mr. Chatra Q, Executive Director of the NGO Education Partnership in Cambodia. Now, with all of our speakers on stage, we would like to start the session. We will start the session with Pak Anies. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be asking you a few questions one at a time to guide our discussion. The first question would be, Indonesia is projected to become the world's 4th largest economy by 2045 and the largest in ASEAN. With that in mind, what do you think is outdated in our education system, and what kind of reform do we need to prepare in the next generation?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizer, Pak Dino, and all the committee for organizing such a great conference of the people of ASEAN. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Dino and friends. Let me go directly to the questions. ASEAN educations. If I may touch a little bit on this issue. Before ASEAN was formed in 1967, it was initially meetings of Minister of Education that started all of this. It was in 1965, and I think next November we'll commemorate the 60 years of Sea Moy, the Southeast Asia Minister of Education. And it was the collaborations of Ministry of Education, Minister of Educations, and collaboration of educations that lead into ASEAN. And I hope that collaboration continue and strengthening the people of ASEAN collaborations. Now, with your questions, I think there's a phenomenon today that we're facing that we have a children of 21st century. However, our school system is still operating in the 20th century mindset. So the students were 21st century, the teachers were 20th century, and the classroom layout is 19th centuries actually. So 3 centuries differences in our schools. So if we are talking about that, what is outdated, I would say that the root cause is that our system today is still designed for industrial age education system. Mass instructions, memorizations, conformity, and it is not yet designed for today's digital network and fast-changing age. So that's issue number one. And then there is a hidden inequality. The inequality is not only about inequality in terms of access to teachers, or access to facilities, or access to schools, but inequality of imagination. This is even more challenging. Children in the cities are exposed to possibilities that is so large. They're exposed to role models, new technologies, and vast opportunities. On the other hand, children in the rural areas or in the poor areas, they may never meet people who went to universities. They may never meet people who work in an emerging industry. So, and without imaginations of what is possible, talent is wasted before it has even had a chance to grow. So the reform that is needed to address this outdated problems in our education system is not only to reform about skills gap, but also about dreams gap. I often talk to our teachers that when you speak to your students and ask them about what do you want to do in the future, what do you want to be in the future, whatever is in their dream is a function of their knowledge. If students don't even know what is a pilot, there is no way they can dream of becoming a pilot. So dreams is a function of knowledge, and it is extremely important today to, one, reform our school system from the 20th century mindset into 21st century mindset, and then address not only skill gaps, but also imagination gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Panis. That's a very powerful perspective on how we should reform not only our school system, but also address our imagination gap. Moving on to the next question. As the job market changes so fast, Pa, especially with technology, automation, and new industries, how can governments and stakeholders ensure that education truly matches today's job demands?
Yes, indeed. Jobs market are transforming. We have been seeing that AI, automatizations, gig economy already changing how people earn a living. So many routine jobs will disappear. We have seen that. On the other hand, creativity, collaborations, and adaptability matter even more. However, if I may respond to that, we should never see education simply as means to prepare young people to be an employee or for the job market. Education is not simply work preparations. We must prepare our students, our young people, to be citizens, to be a complete individuals that are able to think critically, engage in a democracy, solve community problems. And there are a few areas that must be focused on that. Number one is on digital literacy. Ability to use technology wisely is important, not simply ability to operate technology. And ability to produce content is much more important than our technical skills in consuming materials in the digital device. Number two is problem solving. Ability to solve problems, learning how to find solutions to new challenges is even more critical today than it used to be. And therefore, our school system must prepare that. And the third component, which is not less important, is empathy and collaborations. We are now living in the world where collaborations is one of a key ingredient for success for all, not only for individual success. Therefore, we have been seeing that education in the aspect of empathy and collaborations has produced students with ability to work across cultures, across disciplines, and not only succeeding individually. And we're talking about ASEAN. I think we need to move a little bit further on regional mobility for learning. If I may share here, we need exchanges not only of university students, but also movement of teachers, young volunteers, curriculum experiments across nations in ASEAN, across countries in ASEAN. So I'll give you an example. A math teacher from Vietnam, for example, teaching in rural Indonesia for a year. A youth volunteer from Cambodia, perhaps helping digital literacy in Malaysia. Those mobility help not only in terms of skills, but also in terms of children growing up together, seeing themselves as part of ASEAN community. So with that, I hope we will be able to make education more relevant and even more relevant to the future of ASEAN community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer, Pa Anis. That connects so well to the theme of relevance, that education should not only inform us, but also prepare us for the future. And the last question for Pa Anis. As technology advances rapidly, how can we make sure that those who are currently left behind, especially in rural or undeserved areas, can catch up?
The biggest challenge is not about advanced technology in rich schools, but how to include those who are left behind already. If we are talking about equal opportunity, that assumes there is already equal preparedness. So what we need today is we must make sure that all students, be it in the rural or in the urban area, have equal opportunity to access technology. And that is key. And in our own experience, we work with young Indonesians who are willing to be a teacher through Indonesia Mengajar project. These are best university graduates that serve a year as teachers of elementary school in a remote area. We have been seeing that citizens can mobilize to reach remote schools, bridge infrastructure gaps, bring hope to children in isolated villages, only if civil society and government work together. So the key is for government not to monopolize the work in addressing inequality in education. Invite civil society, invite community activists to be part of the effort, because often they are the ones who are able to reach all the way to the most remote communities in our society. Now, when we talk about digital divide, let's also enlarge our conversation that we need not only to talk about digital divide, but also learning divide. Some children are already far behind, and unless we act differently, they will never catch up with whatever technology is provided. So what are the solutions? There are three potential solutions that I offer here. One is high dosage tutoring. That is intensive, regular, small group tutoring 3 to 5 times a week. This is proven to accelerate learning, especially for children who are several grade levels behind. But, and this is not one-time remedial, but sustained support. Two is community learning pods. Local groups of 8 to 12 children, guided by trained facilitator or volunteers, learning together outside formal school hours. And then this has been proven to be useful when schools were lack of teachers or when digital access is weak or unavailable. And the third possible solutions is peer-to-peer mentoring. Older students helping younger students in a structured lessons. This has been practiced in many remote areas, and it's proven to build confidence in both the mentors and also the learners. So those are three possible solutions. But the principle is this: education is an ecosystem. It is not only government, but also communities, NGOs, private sectors, local leaders, all must collaborate. And inclusion is not a side issue. It is the core of reform. If we fail the weakest, the whole system fails. So building an ecosystem is a must, and we must always address problems from the lens of ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pa Anies, for setting the stage with those insights from policy to grassroots innovations. And now we're moving on to the regional speakers from Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia. I'll pose several open questions. Feel free to jump in or build on each other's points. My first question would be for Professor Lam. My question is, Singapore and Vietnam consistently perform well in global education assessments like PISA. What lessons or practices from these success stories could be realistically adapted across other ASEAN countries?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Before getting to the answer of the question, I would like to share my background regarding to my education. I'm currently the Vice Rector of Lạc Hồng University in Vietnam. I am currently be the assessor of the National Accreditation Council. So I have observed a lot of other universities in terms of public versus private universities. And I'm also in charge of the international affairs. So I have worked closely with other partners in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Philippines. And this time I've just come to work with ESA UNCO. And from my personal observation, I totally agree with Mr. Anis regarding to the current status of the higher education system in those countries. And I can find that we have several similar things. For example, the facilities, the mindset, and a lot of things. That is the gap between the rural and versus urban students, something like that. So I totally agree. And based regarding to the performance of the Vietnamese students in the global assessment like PISA, I'd like to share that in Vietnam we have a very strong policy and commitment from the government regarding to the education for all of the Vietnamese citizens. So from the kindergarten to the secondary high school, it is a must. So all of the citizens have to take the class. And before 2020, all of the students taking the teacher education, they are free. And they don't need to pay the tuition. And the government support all the tuition for the teachers' education. But from 2020 until now, the students need to pay for their tuition. And because Vietnam has a long history of war and the destruction was severe, and one of the ways that the Vietnamese can escape from the poverty is try their best to study. And that's one of the ways that they can get up and learn a lot of things to get a very high score in terms of the global assessment. And we also know that from 1986, the government got the academic reforms, and we get to the international exposure, and we learn a lot of things from the best practice from our partners. And that's my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your answer and sharing about free and accessible education in Vietnam. My next question, still for Professor Lam. Vietnam's economy and foreign investment have grown rapidly in the past decade. How much has education been a game changer in that progress? And what's the link between education and economic growth in Vietnam?
Yeah, thank you. And this question is closely linked to the previous one. It is because Vietnam considers education is a strategic policy. And because students are away, the teachers' education are away from the tuition. And currently, from September 2025, we have a very good policy. There is all of the students, pupils, from kindergarten to the grade 12, they are all waived the tuition. And I think Vietnam is the first university in ASEAN to have that kind of policy. And it is valid from September 2025. And that's because Vietnam, we have the one term, that is say that talented are the vital force of our nation. That's why we focus a lot on education. Another one that is from the international exposure, and we think that education is one of the strategies to escape from the poverty. So all of the parents from the very rural, from very poor families in the rural areas. They also try their best to have their kids sent to the school to become educated. And that's why all of the Vietnamese students, they are trying very hard to improve themselves in terms of knowledge, skills, and also the attitudes toward the working place. That's why the FDI investors, they don't think Vietnam workforce is just only the low-cost assembly, but they think that Vietnam workforce is now the value-added production. And that's why Vietnam, we can attract a lot of projects, like FDI projects, and it will become a very, one of the key for the economic development over the past decade. And that's why we can conclude that education is one of the game changer in Vietnam for the economic growth. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lam, for sharing how education is a hope to escape poverty. Now I would like to move on to Mr. Samuel. My question for Mr. Samuel would be on teachers. Teachers, as we all know, are at the heart of every reform. What kind of support, training, or incentives can help improve teacher motivation and welfare in the long run?
Thank you, Chelsea. So I taught in a rural Malaysian school for about a decade, and I think, as they say, once a teacher, always a teacher. So I'm going to do an activity with everyone. Is everyone okay with that? I'm just going to check to see if you're paying attention. So if I say hi, I want you to say hello. And if I say hello, I want you to say hi. Are you clear? Hi. Hello. Hi, hi, hello. Hello, hello, hi, hi. Thank you so much. So I think why I wanted to get your attention is because I want to talk about the idea of the status of teachers in society, all right? And I need your participation again. So I've got two questions. Question number one is for the younger people in the audience, and question number two is for individuals who are 20 years old with plus 20 experience, if you get what I mean. So for the young people in the room, how many of you would place teaching as your number one profession that you want to pursue? Put up your hands. I think I only see 10 in about, do we have 1,000 people here? Right. And for the older folks, how many of you would want your children, your grandchildren, your nephews, your nieces to pursue or to become a teacher? Hands up. 4. And I think that is the issue. I think the status of teaching has deteriorated significantly over the years. I think we have embraced the Western ideals where they say if those who can't do, teach. But in our culture, in the Asian ASEAN culture, teaching or teachers used to be at the top of the social hierarchy. We used to call them guru, right? In Indonesia, in Malaysia as well. And it comes with a lot of respect. Data and research also shows that the higher the perception of teachers in society, the higher the student outcomes. So I think we must all come together and uplift the teaching profession. The question is, how? If you look at our closest, most successful neighbor, Singapore, one of the best things that they do, and they continually do, and by that it's also other countries who continually rank at the top 3 of the top 5 of the PISA scores, they pay their teachers pretty damn well. Their teachers are the top 5%, top 1% of the graduates every year. So we must look at how we are actually attracting the best talents into the classroom. Because if you don't have the best teachers teaching in the classroom, nothing will change. My time is up, but I'm just going to end with a second point. Uplift the teaching profession, uplift the status of teachers. Another key area that I think we need to focus on, and I think it's something that we don't focus on in this region, is teacher continuous professional development. I can provide you the stats in Malaysia. I think it's quite similar to other Southeast Asian countries. We do not invest enough in teacher continuous professional development. And one of the biggest challenges within our education ecosystem is today, I was just talking to Chelsea earlier on, what was relevant last year is not relevant this year anymore. Last year we had ChatGPT 2.0, 3.0, and now it's like, what, 6.0 already. We used to speak a lot about large language models, now we are talking more about personalized models. And the education system is not designed in a way to be reactive to that speed of changes. And the only way that we can adapt and the only way that we can cater to these teachers, if our teachers, to these changes, is if our teachers are skilled enough to adapt to these changes, right? So we've got skilled teachers in the classroom. If you've got highly qualified teachers in the classroom who are well-trained, who are professionals, I think that is when we can see changes in our education ecosystem.
Thank you so much for your answer. Such a powerful enlightenment on how we should uplift the perception of teacher and teaching in general. My next question, how can governments, the private sectors, and communities work together to bring digital tools into the classroom?
Yes, okay. I'd like to echo what Pak Anis said earlier on. I think he mentioned something about a whole of society approach where the government, civil society, private sector all coming together. I think that is brilliant. In Malaysia, we launched something last year to address learning loss in the country. It was called Program Anak Kita. It was a program to address learning loss at scale. I had a hand in designing that initiative, but I saw the power of a collective, that when everybody comes together, we have a sense of ownership. I think that is most important. We must have skin in the game. When you have skin in the game, it becomes very personal to you, right? You don't see the issues from afar. This is beyond the idea of technology or whatever it is. I think technology is one of the key areas, but if it's personal, you want to have a say in it, all right? And I think one of the biggest things that we can do, or the biggest commitments that I think everybody in this room should commit to, especially diplomats, politicians, high government officials. My question to you is, where are you sending your kids to? Are you sending your kids to public schools or to private schools? If you are sending your kids to public schools, you fight for that equity. You fight for that equal rights. You fight for that equal quality of education. And I think that's most important. Because we were talking earlier on as well, that if you had a child, you want the best for your child. Am I right? And if everybody in ASEAN, every child in ASEAN were to benefit from quality education, that's what we need to do. We need to have skin in the game. So I go back to my point earlier. When the idea of doing something as a collective is central to everything that we do, there is ownership in it. And I mentioned earlier on that I taught in a rural indigenous school. So in Malaysia, they are called the Orang Asli, the tribal schools. And one of the things that I learned from them was the idea of trust, cultivating trust with the community. If they didn't have my trust or I didn't have their trust, nothing would have worked. And one of the senior elders, one of the elders in the community told me this. I'm translating it into English. But he told me basically this: it's not what you do for us that matters. It's what you do with us that matters. It's just, you're just changing the word for and with, but it means a lot to the community that you're working with. So I think we need to do this together. We need to have skin in the game, and we need to do it with and not for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel, for your answer. Now we're going to move on to Mr. Chetra. We're going to discuss about the education gap between urban and rural areas, which is a shared ASEAN challenge. How can we narrow that divide in infrastructure, teacher quality, and learning resources?
Thank you, Jesse. When you hear about urban and rural, and especially rural, what image do you see in your mind? For me, immediately, I will see a school who are underserved, under-resourced, lack of teachers, lack of material, infrastructure inadequate, and so on and so forth. So it is very basic that it become a priority for everyone. So the government, the donors, and also the community. The school is not owned by anyone, but the school is owned by everyone. Everyone should be part of the school. So my basic thinking about this is that we need to invest more in rural school because it should become the priority and also change the way that we allocate the budget from the government especially, but also from other stakeholders into this. So when we have enough budget resource to that, we can look at, we can refill the teacher shortage, like Mr. Samuel has said about all this program, incentive, attraction, the good people, and also the retain them to work. Especially in Cambodia, it happened the same way that teaching profession is the last choice. They fail all this exam in the science, in STEM, in computer, in architect. And then the last one is to go to teaching profession. So it is a very basic that we need to invest that so we can have more good teacher. So when we have well-prepared teacher, well-trained teacher, it is important step to have a good quality of education for children in rural area. And plus, if we have enough, we can build more infrastructure, especially connectivity. If we want to move on with the digital learning, distance learning, access to many platforms, resource online now is good. So yeah, so we have to build on that. And last point is the school leadership is also one of the important aspect on that. So when we have a good leader in school, good community engagement, we can bring the gap between the urban and the rural. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chatra, for sharing the importance of having a good quality of education in rural areas. And finally, the last question. At the foundational level, what are the first concrete reforms ASEAN countries should prioritize to solve the learning crisis?
Learning crisis happen everywhere, but the fundamental solution for that is we have to have a very good program on literacy and numeracy. It is, and it have to be intensive to work. So we have to start with have a universal access to school from children from 3 to 5 years old, because earlier as children access to school, they can learn better. And there's evidence to show that children who are access to preschool have a better result in grade 1 and in the grade 2 and so forth, right? So it is important to look at that and push to have a universal access to, of the children at grade 3 and grade 5. Teacher training on the early grade reading and early grade mathematics is important. So the investment again is to focus on that, and the teacher reform need to be done immediately. And the second part of that is I go back again to the school leadership. I still emphasize on the school leadership. when we have a good leader in the school, we can can lead the school better, and also the school leader should not only for management purpose or administrative purpose, but it must also be instructional leadership. So they can support the teacher, coach teacher, and plan on capacity building and so on. The third point of my intervention is that continuous professional development should be at the heart of the teacher capacity building also. So encourage teacher to involve in courses will help them to upgrade their knowledge, especially in the digital time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much, Mr. Chatra, for sharing. And thank you for all panelists for your insights. That was a very insightful exchange across four countries and perspectives. And now we're going to hear from our discussants, representatives of civil society organizations who will each have about 2 minutes to share a reflection or a question. I'd like to invite, first off, Brian Matthew Eugene Gabriel, Policy Executive at Higher Education Malaysia Association, and Rafsi Azam Hibatullah Albar, Executive Director of the Indonesian Institute for Education Reform, and Assistant Professor John Carlo Ramos, Executive Director of the ASEAN Teacher Education Network from the Philippines. You may have the floor from Mr. Brian.
Stand up. Nice to meet everyone, and also the people of Indonesia. I'm from Higher Education Youth Association, HEYA, you can Google it. So just to reflect on our panelists' key discussion points, I think I like the ecosystem and collective approach as mentioned by our first panelist, and also the free education mentioned by our second panelist. And representing Malaysia, Mr. Isaiah, idol of mine. Yeah, we need to pay our teachers more. And from our fourth panelist about school leaders, yeah, is super important for the community. However, I think from a perspective of a 24-year-old, a youth with lived experience in the Malaysian education system, I believe that the only way to upgrade and reform our education system is by the smartest people, not only becoming teachers, but also joining politics and becoming the key decision makers to actually put the reform into the system. Because I've seen for years that the smartest people are not inside the room making the decision. Most of the time, all of us are having these conferences, these summits, but I mean, we all know what's the solution to the problem, but are we in the room making the decision? Yeah. So that's my message to the youth of Indonesia. If you're the brightest, if you are the smartest, don't only join corporate, don't only join civil societies like me, but please join politics, and if you're really passionate to change your country's education system, enter the room and make the decision yourself. Thank you.
Moving on to our next discussant, Mr. Rafsi.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you AFPC and FPCI for organizing this very momentous talk with regards to education. Of course, at a time when it is very important for us to address these complex issues as an ecosystem. And I think just to reflect on Pak Anis's point, us at the Indonesian Institute for Education Reform, we really focus on enabling ecosystems. We focus on 4 stakeholders: funders, policymakers, education institutions, and communities. So I really resonate what you just said with regards to ecosystem, and especially coming personally also from a law background, your statement with regards to the ability to dream. When we say the right to education, I think it's important to also acknowledge the right to dream as part of realizing the right to education. Now, there are some reflections that I think are important to make, and I think this plays into the idea of ecosystem, because everything that the panelists have mentioned today really reflect this idea of connectivity in terms of the ideas that are brought up. For example, Mr. Isaiah, you put out the point with regards to how we can make sure that the status of teachers are elevated in the society. And also at the same time, Mr. Q, you mentioned about the importance of making sure that there's good leadership and that schools are accessible for everyone. Now, with this being said, I'd like to raise two questions, actually, if it's okay. So, from your experiences, Pak Anies with Indonesia Mengajar and Mr. Isaiah with Pemimpin, what do you think are the hindrances to scale up very great initiatives that we can see at the grassroots level? Because of course we see that there are many interesting ideas that we can explore, and especially these are done by people at the grassroots across regions, in Indonesia, for example. But there are hindrances, there must be hindrances that we have to identify, because many of these great ideas do not find their way at national scale. So that's my first question. And the second question, I think this pertains to this first one as well. This is a bit anecdotal, but I want you to reflect on this. If there's one thing you can change tomorrow, if you had the power to change one thing tomorrow about education, be it a policy, be it a mindset, or a module or approach to education, what would that thing be so that we can steamroll this virtuous cycle for change? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafsi, for your questions. Moving on to our next discussant, Mr. John Carlo.
Good afternoon, mabuhay from the Philippines. I am John Carlo Ramos from the ASEAN Teacher Education Network. And probably I'll just give my insights, but because my ideas resonate well with our speakers. Number one, there's a famous saying, and we've been reading this a lot in many education reports, that no society can rise above the quality of its teachers. And teachers are key players in education. So the quality of the society we have, lies on the quality of our teachers. So the central question is, how do we support our teachers so they can teach better? Because if we don't have competent teachers, then we will be expecting more learning crisis and learning gaps. Another one is that, teachers should be part of the decision-making process in education. Our education systems are failing not because we have incompetent teachers, but we had normalized education decisions driven not by data but by politics. So that's one of the problems. And then we should look at teacher well-being. Teachers, mostly, it's not becoming an attractive job because most of the teachers are overworked and underpaid. And then the curriculum should, I think it was mentioned that the curriculum should help our learners become job ready, but we also have to teach or to develop or to reform our curriculum to focus as well on humanity and ethics, not just being job ready. Because let us be reminded that even the crooked leaders are products of our education system. So let us take note of that. And then last, we have to capacitate our teachers. As I see in a lot of instances in the rise of AI in education, it's not the students who are afraid of AI, it's the teachers who are afraid of AI because they are not well equipped to handle those fast-changing developments in education. And lastly, let us not forget, Happy World Teachers Day, everyone, for all teachers here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John, for your questions and insights. Now I would like to invite our speakers to briefly respond to any of the questions and also comments from the discussants. Okay.
Thank you very much for the questions from the discussions. And for generally to reform our education ecosystem, I think it's very important that Asian countries, they need to get together to create the policy frameworks that can recognize the micro-credentials or reskill or upskill programs that the workers get trained from one country. They can get seamlessly pursue other opportunities across the region. And I think how to get back to have that kind of framework is very important. And currently in the ASEAN countries, we have the CML retract, and currently it performs very well in terms of education and trainings, in terms of language and other skills. But they can work better to provide stronger functions, that is, create the core skills that can be used and accepted across the countries, across the sectors in ASEAN. And it's important. So the CML retract should reposition itself as that kind of certificates. That's my answer. Thank you.
Could respond to some of the feedback. I think I totally agree with the discussants, because the quality of an education system cannot surpass the quality of teachers. It's totally determined by the quality of teachers. I think one of the points that he mentioned earlier on, I think he mentioned that whatever money that we put into this, be it to pay teachers more or to upskill them, it mustn't be looked at as an expense. It should be looked at as an investment. I think there are recent data to show that where each additional year of education for a child can increase a person's annual earning by 10%, all right? And investing $1 in education in developing countries like ours generates between $10 to $15 in economic growth. So there are clear numbers to indicate that when we invest in education, we see the multiplier effect happening. I'd just like to end with one thing about the hindrance of scaling up for that question. So a few years ago, I designed a teacher professional development application in Malaysia. And one of the key ideas behind it is we were really focused on the idea of relevance. Whatever solutions that we introduce to teachers or schools has got to be relevant to their context. Because as some of the discussants mentioned earlier on, they struggle with a lot of things, right? They don't have time, there's lots of clerical work and this and that. So solutions must be relevant to the context that we are seeing within ASEAN and to focus on particular countries as well. The second most biggest hindrance, I would say, is bureaucracy. Right? Within ministries of education itself, there's just so many layers, I cannot believe it, for good solutions, for good practices to actually be scaled across the system. And lastly, I think when we are looking for solutions that work, we should look for solutions that come from classrooms. I think there are a lot of solutions that work at different parts of ASEAN countries, in Cambodia, in Philippines, in the rural parts of Indonesians. Let's take a look. Let's put a microscope on these schools, identify solutions that work, and scale those solutions. Because it's not about what is the next best shiny solution that we can introduce. It's about introducing the solution that works for us and how we can do it better together.
Thank you so much for sharing. Does any of the speaker panelists would like
Chelsea,
to add?
if I may respond to this great discussions that we have heard. Number one, Brian, I agree with what you said earlier. We need the smart people, not only in business, not only in the civil society, but also in politics. We need to have smart people in politics. And if I may add to that, on top of being smart, is people of integrity, person of integrity. If you combine the two, integrity and intellectual, you will have powerful politicians in your system. That's clear. And then number two, with regard to what are the hindrances of good idea, I agree what you said earlier. If I may add to that, we in government often think that with authority come knowledge. And actually it doesn't work that way. You may have authority, but you may not have the knowledge, right? So that mindset needs to be there. And government need to reach out to communities, especially those who are practicing educations. So who are they? School teachers. That's number one. Number two, school principals. So those are key. I think if the mindset is shifted from being regulator, from being service providers in educations, into collaborator of educations. And then you are seeing others as partners for education. So it's not, when you're seeing parents, you don't see them simply as customer of educations, but you should see them as partner in educating our children. So that mindset needs to be shifted. And then number two, given diversity of our society, especially in Indonesia, we often need not to make everything symmetric across Indonesia. Allow diversity in our policy. Those living in the highland, those living in the rural area, those living in the coastal area, they may have different sociological setting that policies of education in those areas need to be tailored to the need, including schedules of the school year. Our school system, the schedule is adjusted nationally, and often it doesn't work and doesn't sync with the local needs. So let's allow rooms, Rafsi, for diversity of contents, diversity of policy across Indonesia. Now, we all mentioned about teachers and the importance of teachers. If I may ask the audience on the issue of teachers and 21st century and technology. There's one simple question. Can teacher be replaced by technology? Raise your hand if you say no, if I may see. Can teachers be replaced by technology? No? All right, thank you. Those who think teachers were replaceable by technology, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, thank you. Perhaps my questions were phrased in the wrong setting. If I rephrase the questions, what kind of teachers is replaceable by technology? What kind of teachers that can never be replaced by technology? You will see the answer clearly, right? So there are teachers who are replaceable by technology. So what matters is not about the technology, but about the teachers. If we improve the quality of the teachers, no longer mechanistic, no longer just recycling materials, then we will find our teachers irreplaceable by technology. Okay? But if teachers were repeating materials, mechanistic, it's so replaceable by technology. So we need to improve the quality of our teachers so that they will be able to use technology and teach better students, be better teachers. And if I may add to that, it is way much more important, besides improving the quality of our teachers, is improving the quality of our school principal, because leadership matters. If the leaders of our schools were able to manage their school in a way like a business sector is doing, then we will be able to see excellent schools. So if I may suggest for business sectors to form collaborations with schools and improve managerial skills, leadership skills of our school principals, so we will be able to improve the quality of our teaching in the school and improve the quality of our education through the leadership of their principal. Let me end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Anies, for sharing your insights. I would like to invite our panelists now to briefly respond and to share a final reflection or a closing statement before wrapping up this session. Maybe starting from Pak Anies. Yep.
Closing statements here. All right, you know, the questions that was raised to me earlier is about what is outdated from our school system. I think we need to reimagine education for the age we live in. And if I may, one more time to give questions to our audience. You may use your cell phone because I would like to ask questions, and please answer my questions. I have two questions. First questions. Please answer privately and don't look to your next person. Be honest. Jangan mencontek. No cheating. 8 by 7 equals. Please write your answer. That question is number 1. Question number 2, or assignment number 2, can you write 2 lines that rhymes? 2 lines that rhymes. Tuliskan 2 kalimat berpantun. Can I have a volunteer to answer question number 1? Is there anyone whose answer is not 56? Raise your hand. It's not 56. Okay, so our education system works well. All answer is 56. Second questions. Can I have volunteers to read your lines? 2 lines that rhymes. Can we have volunteers? Raise your hand. Yes, please come in. Can the committee lend him a microphone? Two lines that rhymes.
Thank you, Mr. Anies Baswedan, for the question. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mirumia Fatara Blavatsky. I'm from South Jakarta, Sekolah Cikal. And then my line is Indonesian. 2 lines is pergi ke sekolah menuntut ilmu, masa depan cerah takkan kelabu. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Nice. Your nickname, please?
Sorry, sir?
Panggilannya, nickname?
Miru, sir. Miru.
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 Oke. Bisa diulang sekali lagi pelan-pelan kalimatnya? Repeat your lines slowly.
Pergi ke sekolah menuntut ilmu.
Pergi
Masa
ke sekolah
depan
menuntut ilmu.
cerah takkan kelabu.
Terima kasih. Kasih tepuk tangan buatmu. Can I have one more volunteers? A lady, if I may. Equal opportunity. Yes.
Hello, test?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Myra Siragar. I go to the University of Al-Azhar, Indonesia, for the
rhymes,
two
yeah.
rhymings. I actually wrote this last week. It's not about Indonesia, sadly, but it's for those yang mungkin bercinta atau ada pacar. Roses are red, violets are blue. Somewhere in my heart lies a flower bed. I have a bouquet for someone like you. Perhaps that could be you, Pak Anies.
Unfortunately, it was written last week, so anyway. You know, with these 2 questions, is there anyone whose pantun, whose line, is exactly the same as the 2 that was read? None. Right? Look, the first questions, everyone has the same answer. The second questions, no one has the same answer. The future of education is determined by the second questions and our ability to educate our children to answer second type questions. That's for the future. So, what is outdated in our education system, what is outdated, we've been teaching our children with the first type of questions, memorizations and everything. And we need to sift that. So if I may conclude as a closing remark, it is very important for us to start shifting into 21st century approach in educations. And that education must not simply prepare people for jobs, and therefore do not use the word human development, a human resource development plan, but it's human capital, human development. That's what needed. And then the third aspect is inclusion. It is extremely important to address inclusion in our system, and it is critical that all children across region, urban, rural, have equal access to one, schools, two, teachers, and both were quality schools, quality teachers. So, you know, as a final call, ASEAN has a chance now to redefine educations as more than just a ladder for individual success, but education must be a foundation for a just, inclusive, and future-ready ASEAN community. And I think if we dare to rethink boldly, education can be Southeast Asia's greatest contributions to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Anies Baswedan, for sharing your insights. And thank you for everyone for joining us. May our shared vision of an inclusive and empowered ASEAN education system continue beyond this room. I would like to return the floor back to the MC. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for our panelists.
Yes, and thank you. Agatha Chelsea, please give a round of applause as well for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, thank you, panelists, for the discussion. And we invite you to please take a position center stage. For next, we will hand over a token of appreciation as a sign of gratitude from FPCI. And we invite the team to please hand out a token of appreciation, a special FPCI jacket for all panelists, and of course, our moderator. Thank you, Agatha Chelsea, moderating this session. And thank you, Bapak Anies Baswedan. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyen Tan Lam. Thank you, Mr. Samuel Azaya and Mr. Chetra Kiev. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the moderator and panelists of session A5. And yes, please, can you please come towards the center as we will take a picture for session A5. And I will help with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, speakers and moderator for A5, you may now return to your seats. And we hope everyone had a great discussion in this session. Ideas to upgrade and reform our education ecosystem. So who is ready to become a teacher after the session? Raise of hands. Yes. Gentlemen, it appears that there are more people from our participants who are aspiring to become educators, and of course, those who will shape the future of our education ecosystem in ASEAN. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to today's agenda at AFPC 2025, because in just a moment, we will continue to our closing plenary session. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, kami mohon untuk bisa memberikan atau mengembalikan alat interpretasi yang telah digunakan kepada panitia jika memang hendak keluar dari ruangan ini. Tetapi kami harapkan juga untuk tetap berada di tempat, karena sesaat lagi kita akan ikuti bersama closing plenary session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we remind you that we will begin in just a few moments the closing plenary of AFPC 2025. So therefore, we kindly request for you to please stay in your seats as we are soon to begin our next session. Thank you. For we will soon begin our closing plenary for the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali duduk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Sihasa Punggetkau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to have a warm welcome to His Excellency Sihasak Punggetgao, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. Welcome, Your Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the closing plenary of the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. Can I have a big round of applause for our closing plenary session? Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, this conference has been filled with energy, passion, and of course, purpose. We have witnessed inspiring discussions, heartfelt aspirations, and of course, powerful exchanges of ideas. And more than 8,000 participants and 120 civil society organizations from all across Southeast Asia have come together here at AFPC 2025, which is a true reflection of the spirit of a people-centered ASEAN. And yesterday, we heard the voices of the people. And today, we are honored to bring those voices face to face with leadership. Therefore, in this very special moment, the closing plenary session will feature a very special keynote, which will be delivered by His Excellency Sihasak Punggetgao, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. And to officially open this special occasion and of course this great session, it is my privilege to invite onto the stage the founder and chairman of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, Dr. Dino Pati Jalal. Please give a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am very pleased to introduce our last keynote speaker. He is a seasoned diplomat, 40 years of experience, diplomatic experience, a good friend of FPCI. Pak Sihasak was educated at Chulalongkorn University, International Relations, and then Johns Hopkins. And then he joined the Foreign Ministry and rose to the ranks. He was ambassador to France, ambassador to Japan. You are permanent delegate to OECD. You had so many distinguished assignments, the last being the permanent secretary of your foreign ministry. But above all, you are a good friend of Indonesia, you're a good friend of Pak Marty and myself, and you have graced us at FPCI with your friendship and wisdom. We are very grateful that you are able to come to this ASEAN for the People's Conference, which in our view is a historic moment for ASEAN because this is the first time the civil societies of ASEAN meet at in a scale that reflects the people-centered community that we are trying to build. So we are very grateful, Pak Sihasak, for your presence, and we look forward to what you have to say, and we will take questions if we have time after Pak Sihasak's remarks. Yeah. So please welcome Pak Sihasak Punggetgao, Foreign Minister of Thailand, to deliver his remarks here.
Well, thank you, Pak Dino, for that very kind introduction. You know, you came to see me in New York a few days ago when I was there for the UNGA, and you're coming to see me, taking the time to see me and extend the invitation. I could not say no. So I'm here. Thank you. And to be very frank, this is not the first time I'm attending your meeting, and every time I come, I'm amazed by the number of people attending. And I really hope that in Thailand, we're able to stir the interests of young people like you have been able to do so in foreign policy, because sometimes for the young people, foreign policy seems very distant. And so I'm very happy to be here and also to meet my old friend, Pak Mati, and his dear wife, whom reflects the very best of Indonesia and Thailand. Thank you. Well, of course, I want to begin by congratulating Pak Dino and his foreign policy community of Indonesia for this very important and timely event. I think it's important because over the past 2 days, you've covered a wide range of issues and brought together many voices and ideas on how to make ASEAN work for its people. For my part, I will share a few reflections on ASEAN's journey, the challenges before us, and how we can move forward together. It's also timely, this conference, because in a few weeks from now, our leaders will be meeting at the ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur. Obviously, ASEAN has come a long way since its founding 6 decades ago. Now we are a community of 10 members, and pretty soon we'll be admitting Timor-Leste as our 11th member. So the ASEAN family is expanding and getting stronger. Now, we've seen immense progress, definitely, in terms of ties between countries in the region and the range of cooperation that we have been able to achieve: political cooperation, trade, connectivity, and now we have very extensive cooperation in areas that matter to the people: education, health, cultural exchanges, which brings our people closer together. Now, we have to admit that the journey has not been easy, but I think this is a term that has been used by Pak Mati. We've gone through transformative change, and I think we've weathered many challenges indeed. We've had our hard times, difficult times, but we've overcome those challenges because we held on to one another. We learned that our nations are stronger when our region stands together. And by working in unity, we become greater than the sums of our parts. I think that's very true. The spirit of solidarity has allowed ASEAN to transform Southeast Asia from a region once divided by conflict into one defined by stability and cooperation. Now, but today the picture is more complex. Too often, national interest takes precedent over regional ones. Added to this, geopolitical rivalry increasingly pushes states to take sides, dividing rather than uniting us. Around the world, instability is on the rise. Trade wars, economic uncertainties, to the growing impacts of climate change and widening inequality. These global shifts inevitably affect our region, touching the daily lives of our people and testing our resilience. I think one point that I really want to emphasize is that closer to home, we face situations of tension and conflict that remind us that peace, once achieved, must never be taken for granted. Unresolved disputes and domestic fragilities continue to challenge the stability of the region. These realities test not only the capacity of our governments to respond, but also the confidence of our peoples in ASEAN's ability to deliver. So people often ask, and I hear this very often, is ASEAN still relevant? How must ASEAN evolve to meet the demands of a new era? I think the answer is clear. ASEAN is here to stay, definitely, but ASEAN must adapt with the changing times. Now, to remain relevant, our peoples need an ASEAN that is strong, resilient, and fit for purpose. An ASEAN that does not only preserve peace and stability among nations, but deliver tangible benefits to the daily lives of its citizens. To echo the theme of this conference, the main question we must ask ourselves is this: how do we create an ASEAN that is truly for the people, as is the theme of this conference? In other words, how can ASEAN make a real difference in the lives of citizens? How can the people of ASEAN have a greater say in shaping policies and in turning the ASEAN Vision 2045 into tangible outcomes? To me, the answer lies in three priorities. Let me start with the first: sustaining peace and security in our region. Peace and security should not be understood only as the absence of conflicts, but also through the broader lens of human security. True peace endures only when people feel safe, have secure livelihoods, and can look to the future with confidence. Freedom from fear and freedom from want are the pillars of lasting peace, because when people have access to food, health, education, and opportunity, societies become more stable and our region more secure. At the same time, we must be mindful of the broader environment in which ASEAN operates. Around the world, multilateralism is under strain, and geopolitical, geo-economic rivalries are deepening. These global tensions inevitably shape our region and affect the well-being of our peoples. Today, peace and security also depend on how well we respond to non-traditional threats that directly affect people's lives. Challenges such as cybercrime, human trafficking, online scams pose real risks to our citizens and cannot be solved by any country alone. They demand collective solutions, and ASEAN must step up its cooperation in these areas. As we confront these evolving threats and navigate the shifting environment, including challenges within ASEAN, I think ASEAN should be willing to reflect on some of its long-standing principles, not to change their essence, but to consider how they can be applied more effectively in today's context. Take the principle of consensus, for example. It has long been the foundation of ASEAN decision-making. But does it always have to be complete unanimity? The need for unanimity has often delayed timely action when needed. Perhaps it is time to consider more flexible approaches, such as the Troika or enhancing the role of the chair in addressing emergency situations. This would allow ASEAN to act more nimbly, timely, while still preserving our unity. Now, or consider the principle of non-interference. It has continued to be a bedrock principle, and for good reason. Yet, in today's interconnected world, internal issues often have regional implications. Given the fact that we are so interdependent in the region, we must apply the principle in the context of today's reality. The situation in Myanmar is a clear example. Non-interference should not prevent ASEAN from extending humanitarian assistance or facilitating dialogue in times of crisis. Rather, it should be interpreted in a way that enables constructive engagement that serves our collective interests. On Myanmar, I would like to add that we wish to see, and I think this is the goal of all of ASEAN member states, we wish to see a peaceful, stable, and unified Myanmar. We note the plan of the government in Naypyidaw to organize election at the end of the year. In our view, election is not an end in itself. It must be part and parcel of a broader peace process. Ultimately, lasting peace must come from dialogue and reconciliation, but it must be the decision of the Myanmar people themselves. But if the opportunity arises, Thailand, as a friend and neighbor, stands ready to facilitate peace talks among all parties. And if I may add a human perspective on peace and security in our region, disputes must not be exploited for domestic political gains. We all know from the Thai-Cambodia situation that it is the ordinary citizens, especially those living along the borders, who suffer the most when disputes escalate. Ironically, they are the ones who often live together most peacefully with deep ties of kinship, culture, and trade crossing the border every day. That is why we must approach such disputes with wisdom and restraint, focusing on dialogue and people-to-people cooperation. It is in the interest of our two peoples and our youth who hold the future for our countries to choose dialogue and peace. We hope the Cambodian side will join us in this pursuit for the alternative. The alternative would only bring further conflicts and losses for both sides. Looking beyond our region, ASEAN must also recognize its growing responsibility in an increasingly divided world. We often say that one of our greatest strengths is our convening power. And Pak Mati has always underscored the convening power of ASEAN, which brings together countries in our own region and most major powers to the table. But in today's reality, we must go beyond convening power. We must get real. We must get real. We have always stressed that ASEAN-led mechanisms, such as the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, are pillars of regional security. But in reality, have we been up to the task? That's the question that we have to really ask. Have we been up to the task? For this to be a truly ASEAN-led mechanism, ASEAN must remain firmly in the driver's seat, setting the agenda, addressing the right issues, and engaging all the major powers in constructive dialogue that leads to actions for the benefit of our region. So if ASEAN can continue to uphold peace and security in all its dimensions while adapting our principles to today's reality, resolving disputes with the people's well-being at the center, then we will strengthen both regional stability and the trust of our citizens. To make ASEAN responsive to the people it serves, peace must be matched with sustainable prosperity. This brings me to the second priority, advancing economic development that is both sustainable and inclusive. For decades, ASEAN Southeast Asia has been one of the most dynamic engines of growth in the world. Our economies and trade have expanded, and millions have been lifted out of poverty. But we must also recognize that unsustainable growth will not last. That is why economic progress and environmental protection must reinforce one another. Our people want job opportunities and rising incomes, but they also want clean air, safe water, and a future for their children that is not threatened by climate change. To achieve this, ASEAN must redouble its effort to implement regional framework on the circular economy and carbon neutrality. This means investing in climate resilience infrastructure, in renewable energy, in green industries, and sustainable agriculture and fisheries that preserve the natural wealth on which so many of our peoples depend. At the same time, we must build resilience into our development model. The increasing severity of natural disaster seen across the region remind us that disaster risk reduction and disaster response are no longer optional. We must also step up collective climate action and protect biodiversity, which provides livelihoods for millions of our people. What is equally important is harnessing the opportunities of the digital age. Digital tools must be made accessible to everyone, including grassroots communities, the local MSMEs. Initiatives as the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement should be accelerated alongside regional efforts to shape responsible governance of AI. This way, technology becomes a driver of inclusion, not a source of division. But all this, we cannot do them alone. This will require active efforts together. ASEAN can build an economy that is competitive, sustainable, and fair, creating a region that grows stronger without leaving its people or its planet behind. Ladies and gentlemen, even sustainable growth will fall short if our peoples feel excluded from the process by way of participation. That is why the third priority must be to advance a people-centered and the people's participation in ASEAN. Indeed, that is the challenge before us. The ASEAN Community Vision 2045 speaks of a people-centered ASEAN and affirms our commitment to place ASEAN peoples at the heart of the community building process and ensure their meaningful participation. In practice, I believe this concept has two important implications. First, the work of ASEAN must be broad and inclusive. At the heart of a people-centered ASEAN is the recognition that prosperity alone is not enough. Dignity, rights, and the well-being of peoples must be safeguarded. In this regard, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, or AICHA, has played an important role as ASEAN's overarching human rights body. But to meet today's challenges, AICHA must be further strengthened, not only its capacity to promote, but also its mandate to protect. A stronger AICHA would give ASEAN the tools to respond more effectively when rights are at risk. Protecting the people must go hand in hand with empowering our peoples. This means giving the youth and women greater opportunities, ensuring that older generations can age actively, and expanding access to quality education, skill training, and health security. Social safety nets must also be developed so that ASEAN's progress does not leave anyone behind. Second, for ASEAN to remain truly people-centered, citizens must have the opportunities to engage more often and more meaningfully in ASEAN's agenda and processes. We need mechanisms that give civil society, youth, local communities a stronger voice in shaping regional cooperation, very much that what you're doing here right now at this conference. Platforms such as the ASEAN Civil Society Conference, the ASEAN People's Forum, and indeed this very ASEAN for the People's Conference are a good example of how we can bridge the gap between policy making and having the voices of our peoples heard and heeded. To this end, ASEAN should encourage platforms that serve as safe spaces for expressing diverse views, where citizens can feed their voices into the development of ASEAN across all three pillars. Such spaces build trust and allow the people to feel that ASEAN belongs to them. At the same time, ASEAN entities should also expand and deepen their engagement with a broader range of stakeholders, from private sector to academia, think tanks, and community leaders. Each has a role to play in ensuring ASEAN policies are better informed, more inclusive, and more responsive to the needs of our people. I believe that ASEAN cannot move forward without listening to and working with its people. By building these partnerships, ASEAN can create a wider ecosystem of trust and cooperation that supports ASEAN priorities and strategic goals in the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, as we look ahead, the future of ASEAN will not be written by governments alone. It will be shaped by all of us, If ASEAN is to be truly for the people, then we must work together. Governments must listen more, civil society must continue to bring ideas and energy. Communities must find strength in our diversity, and young people must feel that ASEAN is theirs to shape. My call to action today is simple. Let us make ASEAN matter in people's daily lives. This conference gives us a good momentum, but we must not only talk the talk, we must walk the walk as well, turning dialogue into concrete actions and vision into reality. If we can do this, ASEAN will become not only a community of nations, but a genuine community of peoples. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we kindly request for you to please remain on stage. For next, we will soon begin our special session, which is the heart-to-heart dialogue. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank His Excellency Sihasak Pungketgao for the wonderful and, of course, insightful address that we just heard. And of course, this has also become a reminder for each and every one of us that ASEAN's strength lies not only in the cooperation between the governments, but also in the active participation of our peoples, where of course collaboration, working together, understanding, and of course a shared purpose truly brings forward what truly means to ASEAN. And we truly and deeply appreciate the continued commitment to fostering dialogue and empowering our communities all across ASEAN. And of course, in doing so, we hope to create an ASEAN that is truly for the people. Once again, let's give a round of applause for His Excellency Sihasak Pungketgao. And without further ado, to begin this heart-to-heart dialogue, please welcome once again Dr. Dino Patijalal.
Well, thank you very much, Kun Sihasak, and we are now ready to take some questions. But that was really important statements that you made, and for students of international relations, there were a lot of important points that was made about Myanmar and also the Thai-Cambodia conflict. Disputes and also on ASEAN. So I hope you took note of those very important points. I now would like to, and by the way, I would like to welcome a couple of guests here that aside from Pak Marty, I see Pita. Please stand up, Pita. Yeah. Yes. And also Anies Baswedan, please stand up, Anies Baswedan. Yeah. Good. Can you invite the questions from the audience? Yeah, please. Can you stand up and yeah, introduce yourself? Microphone's not working.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that wonderful message. So, my name is Pia Rodrigo from the Philippines. I'm from Action for Economic Reform. So, we're a think tank that works on making sure that equitable and progressive fiscal reforms, especially tax reforms, are passed and implemented in the Philippines. So my question revolves around today's political climate, not just back at home, but across the world. Citizens are demanding leaders to truly represent them. In the Philippines, it's in the budget process that's currently happening, and we're becoming more and more empowered. So my question is, as an ASEAN leader, what do you think civil society groups can do, or what role the civil society play in making ASEAN more visible and relatable to the people that ASEAN serves? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I forgot to mention Kunpita. I didn't see him because the light was very strong. But I think if you look around the world, there is a big frustration among the people with the establishment. Politicians seem to be out of sync with what the people want. And so we have, what we see in the United States, and we also witness it in many countries also. So this is, I think, how can, the role of civil society really help to bring, what the feelings of those at the grassroots, the interests of the people to the government. But I think it's also important that we have to see this as not being adversaries. Sometimes the relationship is one of very adversarial. Eventually, I think we have to think of working together. Civil society working together with governments, governments working together with civil society. Because sometimes governments are insensitive, we say, and there's no space. That's the problem. But sometimes also what is being advocated by civil society is simply, not practicable. So I think there is a need for real dialogue, where we bring civil society into the space of policy making, and at the same time, civil society also understand that everything has its certain limitations. And if that is the case, I think, we can produce some results. But that's my feeling, because sometimes we communicate, but we speak in opposite direction. So we all have a responsibility to the peoples to improve their lives, to get things done, and to respond to what the people want. So that's my answer to your question.
Thank you. The second question, and by the way, Pak Siasak, I hope you don't mind me wearing my propaganda hat. I'm learning it from President Trump, obviously. So
you should have one for me also.
Will do, for sure. Yes, please.
Hello.
Oh, by the way, also I want to introduce Datuk Sri Samsul, who is the political advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim. And also not least, I want to introduce my mother, who's here. Can you stand up, Mom? Yeah. Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. I am Manik Margana Mahendra. I am from the Indonesian Youth Council for Tactical Changes. Our organization focused on meaningful youth participation, especially in policymaking process. So I noticed earlier that you took time to walk around the CSO exhibition, right? And then I think you saw many youth-led organizations are showcasing their work. Across ASEAN, young people are already collaborating beyond national borders through social innovation, digital advocacy, public health resilience, climate action, even politics and democracy. They are not waiting for permission to lead. They are already shaping the region's narrative. So given this reality, what can ASEAN do to truly walk the walk in building a stronger ecosystem that enable these young change makers to thrive, not just as future leaders, but present actors, because there will be no future if we fail this now generation. Thank you.
First, it's a great delight to see your mother again, because I know that she was the one who funded your documentary on Aceh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Young people, I guess times have changed. You know, sometimes, like, you know, in my country, we see young people, you know, not just willing to, be on the sideline. They want to make a difference, and that happens, whether in the business. My son, he's from being in government, he decided to go into the private sector because the private sector, he believes, provides the opportunity for him to make a difference, right? And in politics as well, in my country, before we had a certain kind of divide. We call it the red and yellow shirt. Now we have, a different kind of divide. The older establishment and the young generation, as reflected by Kun Pita here. So I think that, we see the young people now restless and they want to do something, right? And you are organizing it yourself among, at the level of citizens. I look at the exhibition, these are all young people, right? Because you have to drive. You have, a broader outlook. You have this commitment to society. And so I think this is a trend that, we'd like to see more of that, whether in civil society. Civil society, you have a lot of young people now, right? In private sector, in these startups, young people. They're driving change, they're driving progress. And in politics as well, pretty soon people of my generation will be gone. We'll have the younger generations assuming responsible positions in government. So I think the trend is there. And so I'm fully supportive, and it's incumbent upon us to really open up the space for the participation of young people in our economy, in our politics, in our civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, somebody from Thailand, yes.
Hello, my name is Mangpor. I'm from 30 by 30 Thailand Coalition. We are a citizen-led movement supporting the biodiversity conservation area. Our coalition includes 200 entities, including the community, academics, and civil society organizations. My question is, looking ahead to ASEAN 2045, what is one aspiration you have for how civil society and governments can work hand in hand to create a truly people-centered region?
Yes, I was very much involved. I've been involved in ASEAN much of my career, 40 years. I was involved when we did the ASEAN Charter. I was involved when we did the blueprint, the first one, 2025. And we have this repetition of ASEAN people, a people-centered ASEAN. And I'm not sure whether all of us understand what is a people-centered ASEAN, because that's the reality of diversity in ASEAN. Some may say a people-centered ASEAN is to raise awareness of ASEAN among the people, the young people, that we are citizens of our country and all citizens of ASEAN. But for me, it's about government doing things that matter to the people. That's very important. Issues that improve the lives, the livelihood of people. And so education, health, these must be high on the agenda of ASEAN. So that's, for me, an expression of people-centered ASEAN. But the challenge for us now is how can the people participate in ASEAN? They can participate by way of these conferences, by way of civil society. We have the ASEAN People's Forum before the ASEAN Summit. But then we have a problem because the practice at one time was having the representatives of civil society talking, interacting with the leaders, expressing their views of civil society. But some of the leaders were not comfortable with that. They wanted to choose which civil society they could interact with. And so, but we really have to broaden the space for civil society. And the only way the way that you can make your views matter is to have, to bring it up to those in position of decision making. And I hope that, as we get along, we can raise the comfort level, we can widen the space for civil society to interact with with governments, with track one. Otherwise, we'll be doing our thing and going separate ways. And so I think that's the challenge before us, how to enhance and widen the participation of the people's representative in the ASEAN processes and decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think, Kun Siasak, that's one of the conclusions that we have reached from this conference, is that people-centered ASEAN community sounds amazing, but it's a lot more complicated than that once you actually try to make it happen. So kudos for you for acknowledging that. And also, actually, if you don't mind, I have one academic question that a lot of my students ask me, because you're from Thailand. We are always amazed that Thailand is the only country in Southeast Asia that has never been colonized, right? And in students, in classrooms, we discuss that, and I'm asked, how is that so? And my answer is that it's because that's what foreign policy, that's the result of foreign policy. Yeah. Can you explain, as a Thai, how did that happen? What explains Thai being the only country in Southeast Asia that has never been colonized?
Well, it takes a lot of agile foreign policy, sure. And when you have competition among major powers, colonial powers, as we always say, we develop a certain sense of agency. Yeah. But whether we're wise enough to recognize that agency is another matter, right? But I think in the case of Thailand, to be very frank, it was due to the vision of our monarchs at that time. Our monarchs at that time, especially King Rama IV and V, understood the trend outside of Thailand, and they saw how the winds, we say bamboo diplomacy, but how the winds were blowing. And and it's not just about bending to the wish of the major powers, but making sure that we had strength of our own to withstand the pressure from the major powers. And that meant that we had to reform our country, we had to appear to be civilized, we had to improve our education system. Our kings, the monarchs, sent their children abroad for education. Our monarchs went abroad, went to Europe, went to Russia, went to many places to put Thailand on the map, and that Thailand was a civilized country. So I think it's a combination of factors, but I attribute much of our success in maintaining our independence to the vision and the wisdom of our monarchs at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that reinforced a point that FPCI always tries to make, that foreign policy determines not just the strength and fate of a country, but also the survival of our nation. So having a good foreign policy is very critical for our nation building. So let's give a big hand to Sihasak, who has come all the way from Bangkok to address the People's ASEAN People's Conference. Thank you very much, Pak. Sihasak has told me he wants to listen to a little bit to Pak Panji, so you better be funny, Pak Panji. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And gentlemen, Your Excellency, Pak Dino, please remain on stage. We kindly request for you to please remain on stage because we'd like to take a moment to hand over and present a token of appreciation, a little gift from the FPCI team to His Excellency Sihasak Punggekgao, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please give a round of applause once again. And may we take a moment to take a picture for our documentation team and of course the media. We invite you to please take a picture. Ready with your cameras? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insights and of course the valuable discussion that we just had. And thank you, Pak Dino, for leading us in the heart-to-heart dialogue that we just had in our closing plenary session. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as mentioned before, here at AFPC 2025, it is for the people, and the power of ASEAN lies in each and every one of us, the people of ASEAN. So once again, can I have a big round of applause for everyone here? The people of ASEAN, the youth of ASEAN, and of course, the future of ASEAN. And now, as mentioned before by Pak Dino, we heard a very special name for our next session. Someone, no pressure, who is here to make us laugh. Can I hear the name of our next speaker or our next session? Louder. Okay, can you see him in the audience or somewhere in the room? All right, then if you can see him, can I ask you to call his name loud and clear onto the stage in 3, 2, 1. So without further ado, CEO of Komika, Panji Pragiwaksono.
Okay, relax everybody. I'm just a comedian. I see there's mixed reaction amongst the audience. People up front are looking at me like, who is this guy? A lot of guys in the back, I know this guy, but what is he doing here? My name is Panji. I am a stand-up comedian. I'm an Indonesian stand-up comedian. I moved to New York 3 years ago, and now I'm based in New York City. Now, not successful yet, you guys, so hold on for the applause. It's a struggle. Life is different. And so a lot of Indonesian, while being here in Indonesia, thinks that Indonesia is the greatest country. I can see it in your face. But when I moved to New York, nobody knows Indonesia. They know Bali, but they have no idea where or what Indonesia is. So when I do stand-up in New York, I have to explain to them about Indonesia using American context, right? I have to explain to them about Indonesia using their reference, American reference, American context. And so this is how I explain about Indonesia to people in New York. I'm like, my name is Panji, I'm from Indonesia. If you don't know where that is, it's a country in Southeast Asia. It's so peaceful. Barack Obama spent his childhood there. It's so beautiful. Donald Trump goes there to play golf. And it's so far away, Joe Biden probably won't survive the trip. No? Okay, here's another joke for you guys. Now, there's one good news. When I moved to New York, there's one good news about Indonesia in New York. Good news is business in New York likes to hire Indonesian. They say it's because Indonesian don't talk back. It's true. We talk behind your back. That's what we do. Now, I don't do a lot of impressions, but here's some of them. Here's my impression of an Indonesian working hard, okay? Here's my impression of an Indonesian working hard. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. I work hard for that joke. Here's my impression of an Indonesian taking a break. People, Americans think that Indonesia is some obscure country, right? So I have to explain to them all the time. Every time I do stand-up, I have to explain to them, Indonesia is not some obscure country. It's a huge country. 4th biggest population in the world. The size of Indonesia is pretty similar to the size of the US, I think. But the difference is people in Indonesia are scattered in 17,000 islands. Every island has different languages. Some islands have 4 to 5 languages, right? Different culture. And Americans always ask me the same question, wow, how did your government unite all that? And my answer is always the same. They didn't. We fight against each other all the time. So I moved to New York with my wife and 2 kids. We live in Queens now. Make some noise if you've been to New York. Thank you. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. So I moved to New York. I live in Queens. We all saw something in Queens that we don't usually see in Jakarta, right? This is a different world, different environment. We see something that is so cute, excites us all the time. I'm talking about squirrels. We don't have a lot of squirrels in Jakarta. Do you know what we have, sir, in Jakarta? Poverty. That's what we have. Now, when we move, politically incorrect, Panji. Now, when we moved to New York, everybody's excited about squirrels. First month in New York, we were like, oh my God, everybody shut up. Look, there's a squirrel. It's so cute. He's so cute. We love squirrels. 3 years in, now I think squirrels are just rats with better tails. Do you know what I mean? They're just rats with better looking tails. I think we would treat rats differently if it had squirrel tails. I think tails for rodent is like sneakers for people. I mean, you can look like a homeless person from your head to your ankle, but if we're wearing Jordans, I'd be like, nice. Life is tough in New York. Very, very tough. Because I have different career. Here, I'm a superstar. There, I'm practically nobody because I have to start from scratch. I do open mics all the time. Here's how you can sense the difference between my career here in Indonesia and my career in New York. Just about a month ago, less than a month ago, I did my 10th stand-up comedy special in front of 10,000 people, which was the biggest comedy show in the history of Southeast Asia. 10,000 people. But it doesn't really matter. I flew back to New York. I did a gig in front of 4 people. There were 10 comedians. We have them surrounded. If we robbed those people, probably we would have made money, but we didn't. It's so weird. It wasn't like 4 people coming out to watch 10 comedians. It's more like 10 comedians going on stage looking at these 4 people. Are you guys lost or something? Do you want to watch Hamilton instead or something? Have you guys heard about the 10,000 hour? Do you know what this is? The 10,000 hour. If you're unfamiliar with the concept, 10,000 hour is a principle that if you want to be a master at something, you do that thing for over 10,000 hours. Putting in the work, believing in the process. And I believe in that as well. I applied it to my life. Because I have been married since 2006, And I'm pretty sure by now, I'm a master in pissing my wife off. She's always upset with me all the time, so I don't know. I don't know what I did. She wakes up already upset with me. I'm a master in pissing my wife off. We argue every day, me and my wife, every single day. To a point where I'm just looking for excuses to go out of the house. I used to look at a homeless person, and I'd be like, that has to be a crackhead. Now I look at a homeless person, I'm like, that has to be a husband. Yeah, he wants to stay in the great outdoors, doesn't want to go home and argue with his wife. Now, I have a secret that I don't think a lot of people here in Indonesia know. The secret is about how Indonesian people treat each other in New York City. Indonesians that have been to New York, make some noise. Let me hear you out. Relax. You might know what I'm talking about. Now, the secret is Indonesians in New York hate each other. Caught you off guard, didn't I? Indonesians in New York, they hate each other. We hate each other. Let me tell you why. As you can imagine, there's not a lot of Indonesian in New York. There's a lot of Malaysian, there's a lot of Singaporean, a lot of people from Thailand. Not a lot of people from Indonesia. It's just so few. Because to be in New York is such a huge achievement. It's so hard. It's expensive. It's far away. It's a lot of Indonesians' dream to be in New York. Now, imagine an Indonesian working hard, have the money to fly to New York, 27-hour flight, standing in Central Park, or maybe standing in Times Square, and he was like, oh my God, I'm in New York, my dream come true. And then he hears, foto-foto sebelah sini, why is there another Indonesian in my dream come true? My dream come true, and there's another Indonesian in my dream come true? This is supposed to be my moment. And if the Indonesian goes to the other Indonesian, hello, dari Indonesia ya? I'm sorry, I'm Filipino. He still walks away. Life is very tough. New York is a very scary city. It's scary. Everybody's mad all the time. Everybody's upset. I remember I was doing an open mic, and I was caught in between two comedians arguing, right? They were huge comedian. I was stuck in between, and I was nervous because I don't know how to fight. And I'm stuck in the middle of a conflict here. And they're trying to throw punches at each other, and a fellow comedian of mine took a photo of me. And then after the conflict, the guy was like, yo, I took a photo of you. You look scared. I'm like, I was scared. Check it out. Your face turned white. I look at the photo. My face did turn white. I was so white, I was ready to tell people to go back to their country. No? Okay, I'm sorry, white people. There are white people in the crowd. Here's another joke for you. I don't know. I planned this, but I don't know if it lands or not. So as you know, my wife and my two kids, we moved to New York. The issue for me and my wife is school shooting, right? Coming from Indonesia, in the US, school shooting happens a lot of the time, almost every year. My wife is worried, what if school shooting happens in one of our kids' school? I'm worried, what if the school shooter turns out to be one of our kids? Okay, let's just move to another joke. Too dark for you guys, okay. I was told to be spicy on stage. I guess maybe it meant I'm supposed to dance or something. All right. So, there is a stereotype about Indonesian. I don't know if you know this. Do you know the stereotype about Indonesian people that Americans have? Yell it out. What is the stereotype about Indonesian people abroad? What was that? Hate? What was that? Spice tolerant? That's true, but I wasn't talking about that. There's a stereotype about Indonesian people, and the stereotype is that Indonesians are lazy. Do we agree, Indonesian people in the room? Well, maybe I should be asking your boss, but there's a stereotype about Indonesian people, and the stereotype is that we're lazy. And I'm in New York trying to set the record straight. Indonesians, we're not lazy. We're just not accustomed to work hard. Listen, let me explain. It's not the same. People think we're lazy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not lazy. We're Indonesian. We're not accustomed to work hard. They don't understand what it is to live here in this Southeast Asia land. It's easy. Life is easy here, right? Because not working hard is actually in our DNA. It's generational. Since the days of hunters and gatherers, Indonesians never have to work hard because Indonesia, just like a lot of countries in Southeast Asia, Indonesia is a tropical country. So we don't have deadlines like the winter to hunt and gather food. There's always tomorrow. There's always the next day. That's why one of the most famous saying in Indonesia is, kalau bisa besok, kenapa harus hari ini? Which means, in English, if you can do it tomorrow, why do it today? And every time I tell that joke in New York, I look at these faces. They're starting to ponder about something. They'd be like, and I know what they're thinking. They're thinking, I might be Indonesian myself. That's it for me. Thank you very much. It is such an honor. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give your applause once again for Panji Pragiwaksono. Yes, and you know what they say, one of the best shared experiences is through laughter. So thank you once again, Panji, for sharing that wonderful experience with us. Give her applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And in this moment, we also would like to give a very, very high appreciation and of course gratitude to Foreign Minister Si Hasak. Please give her an applause, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you, Your Excellency, for your attendance and of course your participation. And it believes that in this moment, ladies and gentlemen, at the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025, it is a great moment for us to come together, to collaborate, and of course, build a better ASEAN. So once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency Si Hasak Punggetgao for attending and taking the time and sharing his values, of course, insights with us at AFPC 2025. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Si Hasak Punggetgao, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, will continue to his next agenda. Please give a round of applause once again as a sign of our appreciation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing with us your values and your insights for us, the people of ASEAN. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated because next we have a very, very interesting and exciting announcement because we will award the winners of the Reels competition. Can I have a big round of applause for those who participated and, of course, sharing our experiences at AFPC 2025? All right. Over the past 2 days, each and every one of you have shared your creativity and, of course, your passion and document your experiences at AFPC 2025, especially through short reels. And the response our committee have received were overwhelming. And today, we are proud to announce the jury's decision out of the best of the best. So therefore, without further ado, I will announce the top 3 winners of the Reels competition. And the winners will receive Huawei Band 10 as the prizes. Once your name is called, we would like to have you come up onto the stage to receive your awards. So, without further ado, congratulations to FPCI Chapter Unsika, Gracia. Congratulations, Gracia. Please come up on stage. And next, for our second winner is FPCI Chapter Universitas Indonesia, Keisha Hairunisa. Keisha Hairunisa. Yes, please come up on stage. Congratulations. And number 3 is FPCI Chapter Universitas Pasundan, Lulita Sauman. Lulita Sauman, can I see a raise of hand? Yes, congratulations. Please come up on stage. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the top 3 winners of the Reels competition. And as mentioned before, these winners will receive Huawei Band 10. Yes. And we will have an awarding session. Therefore, we would like to invite up onto the stage Senior Fellow for AFPC, His Excellency, Bapak Sumadi Broto Diningrat, to please come up onto the stage to award the prizes to the winners of the top 3 of the Reels competition. Bapak, may you do the honor? Yes. Congratulations, give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Bringing home prizes of Huawei Band 10, the top 3 winners of the Reels competition at AFPC 2025. And Baba, can we please, Your Excellency, to please stay on stage for our photo opportunity, a photo session with the winners of the top 3 Reels competition. Yes, once again, we have another camera. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, with your thumbs up for doing a good job and winning the Reels competition at AFPC 2025. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Okay, and now is the session for all winners, because next we also have an award for another set of competition where, of course, the creativity that we have seen throughout the past 2 days is a reminder for each and every one of us of how powerful people's voices can be in bringing ASEAN closer to its citizens. So therefore, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to another very special recognition, which is the award for the most active civil society organization at AFPC 2025. And this award is dedicated to the CSO that has shown outstanding participation by the public and the most visited booth at AFPC, showing the most energy and engagement throughout the conference, which truly embodies the spirit of a people-centered ASEAN. And to announce, they will also be bringing home prizes. 3 runner-ups will receive Huawei FreeBuds SE2. The 3rd prize winner will receive Huawei FreeBuds SE2. And the 2nd prize winner will receive Huawei Band 10. And last but not least, the 1st prize winner will receive the Huawei MatePad SE11. So therefore, CSOs, be ready Once your name is called, please come up on stage to receive your award. For the runner-up category, the 3 runner-ups are Social and Economic Research Initiative, Malaysia. And for our next runner-up is Stratse, Singapore. And for our next runner-up is Gamlang Chai from Laos. Please give your applause for the runner-ups. We have Social and Economic Research Initiative from Malaysia, Stratse, Singapore, and Gamlang Chai, Laos. Please come up onto the stage to prepare to receive your awards. Okay, for our runner-ups, once again, from Stratse, Singapore, Gamlang Chai, Laos, and Social and Economic Research Initiative, Malaysia. Please come up on stage. Either way, left or right of the stage will do. And we have one more. Where is our next runner-up? Let's get to know the ones on stage. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sinatra. I'm editor at Stratse.
From Stratse, Singapore. Hey, what about you?
Hi, I'm Vaishnavi. I'm a program manager from Surrey.
All right, that means we have Malaysia with Social and Economic Research Initiative, and then we have Stratse from Singapore. That means we have one more to come up on stage, Gamlang Chai from Laos. All right, once again, congratulations, and now we proceed to hand over the prize. Coming home with a Huawei Band 10. Please give her applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And please come to the center of the stage to take a picture with your prizes. Once again, congratulations. All right, and yes, representing Gamlang Chai from Laos, please join with the other runner-ups for this session, for this category. Yes, here they are, the runner-ups of the most active civil society organization at AFPC 2025. Once again, congratulations, and you may now return to your seats. Congratulations to the runner-ups. You may now return to your seats. Of course, bringing home the prizes, but there are still more prizes to be won by the CSOs. Therefore, the first, second, and third place of the most active civil society organization goes to third place. Congratulations to ISP Myanmar. Congratulations. Please, a representative, you may come up on stage to receive the award. And next, and second place, the Association of Teacher Education Network Philippines. And last but not least, first place goes to Catalyst for Change Vietnam. Congratulations to all the winners. You may come up on stage to receive your award. And to present the award, we would like to kindly invite onto the stage His Excellency Najib Rifat Kusuma to please come up on stage to present the award to our top 3 winners for the most active civil society organization at AFPC 2025. And yes, we have the winners in third place, ISP Myanmar, second place, Association of Teacher Education Network Philippines, and of course, first place, we'd like to congratulate Catalyst for Change Vietnam. Please come up on stage. Yes. Your Excellency, please remain on stage because we have just given the second place award, and now this is the first place winner. Congratulations to Catalyst for Change from Vietnam. Give her applause. the most active civil society organization at AFPC 2025. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations for being the most active, and especially congratulations once again for the prize. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after we have joined in for a laughter of stand-ups, keynote discussions, and of course, awards and prizes that have been won, on behalf of FPCI, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who have been with us for the past 2 days. Not only for those of you from Jakarta, but especially friends who have traveled far and wide from different cities, from different countries, all across the border to be part of this gathering. Your presence is proof that ASEAN's spirit is alive. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the following video consisting of the highlights of this 2-day conference.
I'm feeling amazing. The energy is unbelievable. It's raw energy from the people, just the way we like it. ASEAN means my neighborhood, my home, my market, my future, my safe place, and my family.
amazing to be here.
Since this is the last day, it's a little bit sad.
ASEAN to me is home. That's where we live, side by side in harmony.
For me, ASEAN means collaboration. I believe that together we will be stronger.
Once again, give it up for ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your enthusiasm, your voices, and your presence has been a true proof that ASEAN spirit is alive and that ASEAN can truly be a people-centered community. So once again, give a round of applause for each and every one of us here for this past 2 days. And of course, AFPC 2025 will not be made possible without the support of our sponsors. From Global Citizen, Golden Horse Digital Investment Bank, Australia Mission to ASEAN, ASEAN Australia Center, World, Pusat Studi Asia Tenggara Profesor Hashim Jalal Center for Southeast Asia Studies, Yayasan Tahia, SCG. And our in-kind sponsors, Huawei Indonesia, Grab Indonesia, Prima, Teh Botol Sosro. And our 116 civil society organization partners from all over 11 countries of Southeast Asia who have flown all the way here to Jakarta to be with us here today. Thank you to our CSO partners. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, our media partners as well, katadata.co.id, Rakyat Merdeka, rm.id, Text from IR, The Conversations Indonesia, Unexplained, BTV, Berita Satu, InvestorDaily.id, JakartaGlobe.id, Metro TV, MetroTVNews.com, Bisnis Indonesia, Bisnis.com, Data Indonesia, Liputan6.com, Merdeka.com, CNN Indonesia, Kompas.com, Kompas TV, TribuneNews.com, Republika, Tirto.id, Kok Bisa, Sipaling HI Media, and the Southeast Asia Desk. Once again, we thank you to our media partners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we officially conclude the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025, we would like to once again thank each and every one of you to being part of this historic gathering. Over the past 2 days, and of course throughout the discussion, you have brought life, energy, and a true meaning to the idea of a people-centered ASEAN. To our international friends who have traveled here to Jakarta, we wish you safe travels back home to your home countries, and we hope to see you again at the future FPCI events as we continue to keep ASEAN spirit alive. So, last but not least, to close in the voices of our beloved region, ladies and gentlemen, let us say thank you in all the languages of ASEAN. Terima kasih. Salamat po, kupunka, kamen, kopchoy, jaizu den bade, okun, obrigada, and thank you. Thank you, each and every one of you. We wish you a very good evening and goodbye.